the only one who starts dancing when I hear that dun 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 at the countdown? Hi guys, this is True Crime with Libby. How are you doing? Hey, Karma Calf. Hello, Carolina Roots. Hello, LC. Hello, Smoky Blue. Hello, Perfect Storm. How are you doing, Chris Ray? What is up today, Carolina Roots? Olive Juice. Hello. Mountain Girl will be here at 9. Okay, I emailed you the link, girl. Hi, Betty Joe. Good to see ya. Lotus Flowers with us. Glad to have you. Abled, welcome, welcome. Okay, Carolina Roots, how do you do? All these notifications that I get drive me bananas. Oh, yes, we will be going over that. The interview room, yes, we will. Hello, Aggie. How you doing? Fairy Dust Diaries. Cherokee Girl, welcome, welcome. I'm so happy to see y'all tonight. So before I get into sharing my thoughts about yesterday, I would like to know your thoughts about the fiasco yesterday. What do you believe occurred? Who did you watch yesterday? Which streams? And what in the cat's pajamas was happening? Hey, Renegade Prince, good to see ya. Let me know, let me know. I know there's a terrible lag in my chat because that's just how it goes. Hey, I forgot to share this in my Discord. Let me go do that really quick. Wait, not share screen. What am I doing? Nope. Okay, I have to go to my... Oh, that's doing too much. I don't want to do all that. Can somebody go share this video in my Discord for me? Elsie, you're in here. Can you go share it, please, please? Which one? Oh, Lotus, what are you talking about? I'm asking you, so yesterday was a big circus, right? Whoever did that has no soul. Hey, Miller Nature, how you doing? I'm talking about any of those. Who doxed someone? I don't know about that. I don't want to talk about the drama. But some kind of prank yesterday was awful. I believe it started on Facebook and was brought to here where it went wild. Emotions were all over the map. See, I was knee deep in meetings and phone calls yesterday, so I did not. I got a text message from Mountain Girl about some kind of craziness, and I was like, what? And I just couldn't. I couldn't tend to it because I had to work. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Thank you, Miller Nature. Yeah, I can't. The doxing thing is not okay to do to anybody. I'm not a fan of the Z, but I'm not a fan of doxing at all. Doxing, calling names, not a fan of any of those things. I've watched Ziggy and Scott in a voice band Walleye in the last couple days. Oh, okay. I've been watching the trials in Kenosha and Brunswick. Oh, yeah, I did. I'd watched a little bit of that, of the whatever that dude's name is. You heard it on Facebook, then you heard. Okay, Carolina Roots. Let me give you the link. Because I know you sent me a message in Discord too, telling me, and I was like, huh? I was like, what happened? What is happening? So here's the link for Carolina Roots right now, so she can come and fill me in. If anyone else wants to come up, you're welcome. I'm going to be showing a very informative video by a certain someone, but I want to wait until there's some more people in here. I know there's a few lives going on right now, so there's not a lot of people here, but share out the stream if you would. It's going to be a hip-hopping time. A couple of random videos, crime lines and lies. I've been skimming. Yeah, I like them. And but the problem is I can hardly watch because they always go on during the day. And that, I just can't. And some people be on all day, all night, in the middle of the night. I don't know I don't know, who's running their households to be on like that. But anywho, can anyone explain who started it yesterday? I don't know. Who's on first? Who's on second? I don't know. I wish it were true. Oh, yeah, no doubt. So we would know where she is. Yeah. Okay. So, but did it really go that way? Because what I had heard, the little bit that I heard and saw, was just that there were all kinds of cops over there. And then there were divers. But I didn't hear the body remains part. So that's interesting. Okay, I see Carolina Roots. Oh, she's so cute. Hey.
Hey, Libby.
Hi, how are you, neighbor?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good. And you look so cute.
Hey, how are you?
Can you hear me? You can't hear me, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Okay. So, give me your rundown on yesterday. Where did you first hear of the craziness and what did you hear? And then, yeah. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hang on a second. I think I've got. Okay. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm just trying to figure out my mic here.
Okay. I can't hear you. I mean, I can hear you. I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me? There.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I'm not sure, like, if I'm echoing, so that's why I was asking.
No, you're not echoing at all. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. So, I am wondering if you could just talk us through, when did you first hear of the craziness that was going on yesterday, and where did you hear it, and what did you hear? Can you hear me?
Okay. Well, what actually happened was I was out running some errands and I came home and I just happened to pop in on my Facebook and I saw some people talking about how there were cops out at the Wells house.
Oh,
And
you
I
saw it on Facebook.
Yeah, and in
Okay, wait, what
Michelle's True
group was
Crime
it?
Chat, on Michelle's True Crime Chat on Facebook.
Michelle After Dark.
Yes.
Okay.
And that kind of caught my attention because I was like, could this be true? Could this possibly be another stunt? Because I know that there's been a lot of stuff that's gone on in the past.
Right.
So it's hard to really know. So I went over to YouTube, and sure enough, the first thing that I saw was that Cher was live. And I don't really follow her channel, but I decided to just jump in and see what they were talking about.
Yeah.
And it really kind of caught me off guard because she said a few things that were kind of interesting. And I don't know if anybody else in the chat heard this, but she did bring up that she had a friend that was a PI or a bounty hunter that gave her a phone call to verify that something was happening.
Yeah.
And then she was also texting with Candace. And that Candace was saying that, yes, there was something happening and that Candace and her had been talking for the last couple of days. And instead of just continuing with this, I just went over and asked 423 Chase, like, what do you know about this?
Okay.
And
Yep.
and so that he told me that Cam and Allie were going up there to talk to Candace, and that Candace had told them that it was just a rumor. There wasn't any truth to any of that. And that 23 Chase actually went down there. He drove around the property, and that there were no cops anywhere, and that they actually reached out to the police department, and there was nothing actually happening. But I did find some information about that today, that on some channels that were talking about this going down, and some people were throwing out some names, doxing people again, saying who started it. This is where it came from, because people were saying that Cher started it. But I don't really think that Cher did. I really just don't know what's going on.
So I have a question. When you say doxing, what does that mean to you?
Giving out people's personal information, like people's real names or their locations or things about their family, private information.
Well, how do they get that? Was it YouTube people that they were doxing?
Well, yeah, people that I guess in the chat or in I don't know if these people are channel creators. I don't know them personally. Now, some of the names that they were given, they weren't, it was just people that were named in the chat. Like, I don't know if anybody knows Lady Justice.
Uh-huh.
I have
and they said her name?
Yes, I have a screenshot right here. I'm going to show it to you.
Well, don't dox her and don't dox.
Well, I don't know her real name. I just know that they just said it was Lady Justice. I don't know.
Okay.
But Benny was live tonight.
Yeah.
And someone texted me and said, you need to go over there and listen to what he was saying. And I think it was in regards to Smiley Stories calling Don's dad.
Hmm?
Yeah, Smiley Stories called Don Wells Sr.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. And apparently she thought she was calling Don Jr., but it ended up being Don Sr. And she asked him if that's who he was, and he said yes. And he has Alzheimer's.
Yes.
And she continued to engage in conversation with him. Which I don't feel like is appropriate. No. And she went on to make a YouTube video.
No.
And it is out there that says that he said that he is worried that his son is going to commit suicide.
Oh my gosh, that is terrible.
And Mary Hartman came in, and I think Doug is live right now, and she is on his channel, and she is talking about how upset she is because apparently even her mother got on the phone with this lady. I just feel like this is so inappropriate to be.
I agree.
It's just not right.
I'm sad.
I'm sad about it. Mary was really upset, y'all.
Well, yes.
I don't know. I don't even know how I feel about.
People need to not do that. That's not cool.
So
not cool.
I don't know if anybody else has seen that live that Benny did this morning, but he basically had Smiley Stories on his live this morning, and Doug is discussing it, I guess, this evening. I've been getting all kinds of messages, but in this live that Benny's doing tonight, there's people in the chat that are saying that this one right here, I don't know if you guys can see it. I know there's kind of a glare, but you can see that Lizzie B. Savage actually says it's Lady Justice. Her said the bounty hunter, and that's the chick who started all this stuff on Chase.
Oh no. Oh my. Okay. Whoa.
So like it's like going in all of these things, and I'm just like, y'all, there is so much drama. Like, why we have lost the focus on finding this child.
Okay, well, let's get the focus back because I am thoroughly disturbed at this point.
I am too.
I did
not. Like, I woke up yesterday and I'm just like, oh, I need a mental health day after all of this.
I'm not going to be playing that content from that Benny showed or whatever that person did. That's not okay. That's an old, confused person.
I just can't. I don't subscribe to their channels, but I just needed to know what was going on. There was all this chatter. And I'm
Well,
like, what's
I
really
am.
happening over there? And I had no idea about this lady or calling Don Wells Sr. Like, I didn't even know that was going to be brought up. I thought
No,
it was going to be about what happened with the cops being at the Wells house
yeah,
and how
yeah.
that ended up being a hoax. Because at the end of Cher's live, she actually found out that it was just a hoax. It was just a joke was on her. So it's kind of disturbing, y'all.
It is. I am going to, and by the way, this wonderful lady Kat, she gave me permission to share this video. It is, I think, so well done. Like I said, I missed all of yesterday's goings on, and I was like, what in the hell? Like, I was just getting a couple text messages and a couple Discord messages, but it was really unfolding all day. So basically, this lady here, um, I'm just, I'll stop talking and I'll just play the video. She explains, not explains, but she shows. You just watch. Hold on.
Sometimes people will come into chat and say, why do people have to come in here while I'm trying to do something? Let me go listen.
I just want to say really quickly, this is not Tiffany Marie's content that I'm playing here. That is her voice, that is her audio, but this whole video is on Cat. What's the name of her here? This is Cat Chats Crime and Coffee. Cat Chats Crime and Coffee. And her link, if I have a mod in here, will you drop her link, please? Cat Chats Crime and Coffee. She did such an amazing job with this. And this video only has 214 views. It needs more. If you watch it here, go watch it again, share it out, because she explains with people's, it's basically a clip video, you know what I mean? But it explains everything. Okay, I can't explain shit very well, sorry. I'm a teacher, but my lesson plan was very just all over the place today. Hey, Penny girl, good to see you. Okay, Penny will be able to share some light on this shit, but I don't want you to even talk about it if you don't feel comfortable, because I know you were caught up in the mix today, I've heard. But let me just play this and then we'll get back to you.
And yeah, it does. And it's rude. It's rude as fuck. If they're up there, they're up there. Nothing is going to go on the scanner.
Yeah, apparently. Bonner County have 7 detectives and Sheriff Ronnie Lawson are at 110 Ben Hill Road, Rogersville, Tennessee, right now. I don't know if it's true. We're just hearing the same thing you are. Just shared a text Candace and Dawn. See. Yeah, when she gets out of the bathroom, I will ask her. Yeah, we're still waiting on info. We don't know, but
Candace says that they are okay right now.
yeah, Candace says they're okay, and they're gonna fill share in on everything once they're done. Cher's got the scanner going too. We'll be letting you guys know if we hear anything.
Yeah.
My nerves, I'm crocheting so freaking fast. Hey, you're gonna have like 6 sweaters done by the time we have any information.
Okay, here's the deal. Ronnie Watson is there. There is several sheriffs and detectives there. There is also searches happening. They have been talked to, but there's a thing going on with 2 neighbors and them. Yes, it's about summer, and they're going. It's going back and forth and everything right now. And yes, they are there. They are still there. Yes,
right now, Angie.
There are divers, but yeah, there are things going on. And up until 25 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, they were talking back and forth like that with me. And right now there's no response on their phone. Is going right to voicemail with Dawn.
Yep, something's happening right now. We don't know what for sure. But
Okay, so I just wanted to pause really quickly, and I know a lot of people are not a fan of Cher and Prairie Boy. I get that. Everybody can't please everybody. There's a lot of people who don't like me, okay? And I really don't do anything wrong to people. I'm not saying I don't make any mistakes, but I'm not like out to get people. Anyway, point is, Michelle, I know. So here's the thing though. She says nothing was happening, nothing. They were being told that something was happening. Okay. So just stay with me here.
yeah, buckle up. Something's going down. So to the person who just texted me, I don't know, but I did hear remains were found.
Yeah, and one of the person I'm getting information from, some of you may know her. I'm actually not going to say her name because I don't want to. She's a bounty hunter, and she goes after like most wanted. And she actually, before anyone, she actually sent me information, and she's like, "Wow."
Yeah, so yeah, it's legit. The cops are there, and it is about Summer. We know that much. Don't know if they found her. We don't know if they're following up on a tip, but it's Sheriff.
Okay. So we either, at this point, either Cher and Prairie Dog. Is that his name? Prairie Dog? Prairie Boy? I didn't.
Prairie Boy.
Really did
Prairie
not
Boy.
mean that. Prairie Boy.
Prairie Dog.
We either need to think that they are just blatantly lying, which we have no proof of. Okay. We know that they have spoken to Don and Candace multiple times, texting, video chat, whatever. They know them essentially, virtually. So either Candace was lying about all of this, or they are. I can't say who, but I do know who we've seen and witnessed lying and pulling pranks.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I was concerned, Libby, because when I first heard this, I hate to say it, but that was the first thing that popped in my mind.
Is this a prank? Right.
Right.
Who in the hell pulls a prank
I think
when
it's disgusting.
the little girl is missing? And we said that the first time they pulled a little prank.
Yes.
Does it make them guilty? I'm not saying it does, but I am saying it's disgusting.
It doesn't make them look good.
Am I being judgmental? Yep. And I own it. Sorry.
Cat Chats, Crime and Coffee. This was a really good video that you put together. It said all the essential things that I was explaining to Libby yesterday, that it was just so crazy. And about the bounty hunter.
I was in contact with John and Candace, and within the last 20 minutes, they've gone radio silent. They have their phones off.
Yeah, I'm talking with a very like a very good, like well-known bounty hunter, and she knows a lot. And I'm like, she always gets me shit before everyone else knows.
Blue Moon remains found, where I've heard two stories now. I've heard on the Wells property and on a neighbor's property. So we don't know for sure. We don't even know if there were remains found.
It is a thing. Favorite bounty hunter in the world said she heard something about remains. So
is there?
Not sure, but just we're getting it as we go.
Yeah, because finally we're getting somewhere. Maybe. Do any of you?
Okay, so at this time, I would like to talk about now we have to wonder if this bounty hunter, this T, quote unquote T, and I'm wondering if maybe we should be calling her TEA type of T instead of the letter T, if she really said that. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Penny says their phones were not off. Penny, are you suggesting that the shares are lying? Steffi, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I just made that up. You like it? Hey, Brandy, how are you doing? I'm sorry. Sometimes you just have to break into song when you're like, what the actual fudge is going on?
I just thought it was interesting that when I popped over on Doug's Live and heard Mary Hartman talking about this, that there were people in the chat that were bringing up this conversation. And that's where some of these people were discussing about where did this come from? Who was saying this? Who is this bounty hunter? And, because, obviously we didn't know. We don't know who it is, but I just feel like there's something really negligent about letting all of this go down because it doesn't reflect very well on Don and Candace or the case.
No.
And supposedly Cher was going to release a video. I don't know if anyone in the chat can confirm this, but I thought that someone had sent me something saying that Cher was going to release the receipts. She was going to share the text to prove that Candace was actually texting with her and saying these things. But I haven't really had time to go and check into that because I don't follow her channel. But has anyone heard if she's, I know that she's probably been live today. But I mean, if Candace was really saying that.
I'm getting some of the rest of my lesson plan, girl. I mean, like I planned, but I didn't plan. And then I went to the garage and it's had some medicine. So listen here. Dar A is tardy to the party, and we're not going to publicly shame her. We're going to say, welcome in. We're so glad you're here. Betty Jo is my jam. How much do y'all love Betty Jo? If y'all love you some Betty Jo, will you put a blue heart in the chat? Blue for Betty Jo, please. She makes me laugh every single time she enters the room. Not at her, but with her. You know what I'm saying? She's funny. I love it. Mountain Girl's back here too. Let me add her, but then I have to take her back. But you can still talk. Are you there, girl?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay. So I'm going to get back to this video and then we'll chit chat about it.
To know on Wells property or in that immediate area, is there a deep body of water? Because I don't think there is. So what would the divers be doing?
There is water. Yes, there is.
Like they got that little creek, but it's not something that you actually need divers for.
No. But the thing is, what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like they've been watching and
Behind Jody Sue's house there is. Okay.
it'd be somewhere that was searched before. It looks as though if it's true, remains have been moved around, from my understanding. This the place where they're at now has been searched, I believe, 3 times before. So maybe take a seat and get comfortable because I think we're going to be here for a while. I'm just going to call our friend T so she doesn't get bombarded. But T,
yeah, okay.
She said that there's one big pond that hasn't been searched yet, to her knowledge.
Well, maybe that's the pond that the neighbor
Behind
wouldn't allow.
Joe's house.
Shelly, to catch you up, Sheriff Lawson and several other deputies and law enforcement are at the wells and 2 other neighbors' houses. Something about summer, possible remains found. We don't know.
I actually had one of my friends that she's been a private detective or private investigator and is very like A+ bounty hunter, works with U.S. Marshals and everything. She messaged me actually about 5 minutes before everybody else started going crazy.
Yeah.
And her, I believe and trust in, and she might have wrong information, but she definitely wouldn't like send it to me so serious. Like she's panicked right now, and this woman is very. If this is all faked or staged, for one, that's sad and pathetic. But just from the one person that texted me privately, I'm taking it serious because I believe in her and trust her.
Why would they lie?
We'll call her T because I don't want people going for her, but we'll call her T.
One thing I'll say for sure, if this is
information
another fake arrest, fake stunt that the Wells have done, then this would be the absolute last Wells video I do.
This is not. I just
I don't
talked to
think it
Don.
is, but yeah, I think this is legit.
Jody Sue is evidently on Tiffany Marie's saying that the house is surrounded and that they found a body. I just spoke with Don and the Sandman. That's not true.
Hey, Tiffany.
Jody Sue.
Typical day so far.
I
But
just
my
can't.
inbox has been filled the past few minutes
What
too, suddenly with the whole
hell?
they found remains. And here's the thing, it seems to be coming
Jesus,
from Cher's
grow up.
channel, and Cher is currently like, oh, it's got to do with Jody Sue. But look, let me tell you, they're saying, including Emma Messenger here in the past few minutes, that it was a neighbor that refused to let them search, right? The bullshit coming in Messenger today in the past few minutes, since it seems to be Cher over there talking about it and where these rumors are coming from. Yeah, it seems targeted at Jody Sue again. Oh, it's Jody Sue's property, you know?
Well, you're not even on that property, right, Jody Sue? I mean, you don't have to answer that. I'm just,
No,
you're not
I've
even
not been
up
there
there.
in how long?
So it
I think
wouldn't even have anything to do with you. You're not even up there.
We have vibes.
It was like middle of September, I think, was the last time I was there.
That's ridiculous.
But and I mean, we live there, so I could get that, and I don't care if they're there or not. You get what I'm saying? And I don't care if they're Candace's. I don't care where they're at. If they found her, so be it. But it seems to be only, it's not coming from my neighbors or friends in my messenger, you see. It's coming from everybody coming from shares.
So
And
is
I
that
would
what's going-
literally be told.
it's
And I
not
think
gonna
my
happen.
neighbors would have immediately, and other people I know in this community, since I'm close to the ground, because they kind of let me know everything else going on in the road way before you all have any clue. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I would have known by them, not Cher's channel.
Wow, seriously, they're spreading that kind of rumor?
Yeah, you know, we're gonna go until we hear law enforcement's gonna have to come out and say that this is all not true before I
Yeah, I agree with that.
we're gonna listen, we're gonna see what happens. Yeah.
No search at the
We
Wells
just have to,
at all.
No, it's the neighbors.
no, it's not
the
the Wells, it's Jody Sue's.
Okay.
It's Jody Sue's pond.
Okay.
You need to wait until that comes out from the news. It pisses me off, honestly. It's why all these rumors get started. Next thing you know, it was
Now, you know I had to address that. Okay. So it's irresponsible to put something out, something so serious about a case of a 5-year-old missing little girl, yet you felt that you should release a phone call that you knew. I'm not, fill in the blanks. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm so sick of the hypocrisy.
Yeah.
saying that the cops are up there. Who knows? Maybe it's true. If it is, I hope it is. I hope they have search warrants or whatever, but we don't even know if that's true.
Because you can't take what I say as Bible, Mr. Sheriff, Mr. Positive Benny. We can't take what any one of us says as Bible till we hear it from law enforcement. If this is all
Yes.
fake or staged, we will hear that. Law enforcement will come out, and if they don't, we will demand, like, hello, acknowledge this, because you now have almost a thousand. You have thousands of people now taking this and running with it.
Raise a voice, hear it echo.
I am so glad you played that, Libby, because like I said earlier, I've been so busy and trying to get some stuff ready for the holidays. So I've, not been on YouTube a whole lot today. So when you were talking about this video, I still hadn't had time to go and check it. And Kat knows that I always watch her videos and usually share them. So that was a very good video that you put together, Kat.
Thank you. I took one for the team. I sat and watched the whole thing so that you lot didn't have to.
Kat,
I hadn't watched any of that either. So
did
good.
Kat just come on here to sound, sound cute, and we don't sound like that? I feel so inadequate right now.
Why?
Because your accent is everything.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't know.
Thank
It's like you could say the most vile things and it would still sound classy.
Oh, bless you. Do you know what my Americans' favourite thing for me to say at the moment is?
What's that?
Bloody inbred mafia.
Oh
Everyone keeps telling me to
Lord.
say it. They're like, Cat, say bloody inbred mafia. Say bloody inbred mafia. So, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Like, I feel like can we get in a fake argument so you can cuss me out? Because I feel like it would be hilarious.
But what are you talking about, girl? Shut up.
No, I
They said
really
there's this
think
thing where
that
if an Englishman gets stabbed, they say, "Oh, wait, what was that for? Putting a knife in me chest."
Oh my gosh.
I think Kat and Emma would do seriously so good at doing a channel where they read storybooks to children in the States because I do know a really good friend of mine who has a nanny, and the nanny stated that they hire women from other countries who have that nice accent like Kat and Emma, and they get paid to read like storybooks online because the
Seriously?
children are more adapted to listening to the whole story because their voice is just so, pleasurable. It's just unique. It's not like, hearing, a regular voice they hear all the time. Their voice is just very unique. And I
That's
know I'm
amazing.
like, I love listening to the Cat because she's she's always like, hello, everybody.
That's hilarious.
That's a
Oh my
compliment,
goodness.
Cat.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Well, thank you very much for letting me come on, Libby. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning here, so excuse me if I'm half asleep.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming up and for letting me use your video. I think it was, like I said, it was so well done. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted everyone to see what happened, but I didn't want everyone to have to sit through that shit show. I'm sorry, I'm using bad language. I didn't want everyone to sit through that show of all of those shows. So I thought if I put it all into one easy place, everyone can just like find out what the hell went down.
I love that. Love that because I had just somebody had commented on one of my videos, one of my really good subs, and she's like, "Hey," she goes, "Did you hear about what happened? Can you confirm that?" And I'm like, "What?" So then I text Libby. I'm like, "Did you hear anything?" And then,
I was like, huh?
what's crazy though is, how fast like shit gets traveled on YouTube. And then the people who bitch and say like, oh, it shouldn't be on YouTube and it causes drama, blah, blah, blah. But fuck, they do it. And it's like, why even entertain and put it on the channel, and do anything until like for sure, because that's such a serious thing. But in like, whenever I just heard Cher doing, hers, whenever I heard her speak stating that she had a friend who is, and it's very well possible that that friend could have heard it from, somebody else that she thought was a good resource, because I personally, all the shit that she's kind of been slandered with and the backlash and stuff, I don't think that she would personally like do something legitimately like on purpose like that. Just from what I kind of know of her. But then again, I mean, we don't know, but I'm so shocked though at how fast like some people are available to hop on panels and do these lives. Like what the like it
They'd
like
obviously
would
just
Libby
got
and
out
I
of
do
bed
these?
because they were both in their dressing gowns right at the beginning of it. They were both sat there half naked in their dressing gowns.
Libby and I, like, we have to plan out our lives. Like, we have to communicate and say, like, okay, what do you have going on this evening? Because this is not our full-time job. This is not, and, sadly, like, it is for many people. Like, they live on YouTube. And, that's like with the neighbor. It's like, well, God, like, how are these people so conveniently able to, just hop on at the spur of a moment? Like
Well, can I put it in a little bit of context? Because I think some people have come in from hard bashing when it might not have come from where they thought it might have come from. It actually originated as 3 anonymous posts on True Crime Sisters on Facebook. They have 25,000 followers. But the person that runs that group is not on YouTube. Now, I would have thought that if you were running a Facebook page, the last thing you're going to do is put out 3 anonymous posts if you haven't checked yourself on the TBI newsroom, for example, that information is correct. And those 3 posts were there's activity up on Ben Hill Road, there's a search going on, the police are up on Ben Hill Road, etc. Now, it would have been fairly simple to check that through the TBI newsroom, but some people are so determined to be first that then it's not important to them to be correct. So they have to put that information out first. Now, the post said, unconfirmed, can anyone confirm this? Well, the person that put the anonymous posts on there could have actually confirmed it themselves, but they didn't. And so the 25,000 followers that are on YouTube saw that Facebook post and headed to YouTube to come in different creators' chats and say, have you heard this? Have you heard there's police up on Ben Hill Road? Remains have been found on Ben Hill Road. And a couple of creators were like, if you haven't got the proof, then, just stay out of my chat kind of thing. And Prairie Boy and Cher had no such filter. They just completely took it. And because Cher said she had this bounty hunter friend who'd already given her this information, then they were quite prepared to run with it. And I think that's kind of where people blamed Cher, but it didn't actually originate from Cher. It originated from the person that owns the True Crime Sisters Facebook group.
But
Right,
wouldn't that just seem a little freaking suspect to, if I ran that group and somebody anonymously sent in 3 or whatever many, things, like, wouldn't that just raise like questions? Like,
Right.
why
So the
would
person that
that should have
posted
came
them, which
from
was the owner of the
TBI
group,
or the sheriff's office?
right. So the owner of the group posted 3 anonymous messages on the group. These are anonymous messages. And they gave the message. Well, the owner of that group knows where those messages came from. That's 100% guaranteed. She'll know where they came from because the people that sent them to her, who wanted to remain anonymous, would have had to have sent them to her in the first place. So instead of checking that as fact, she asked the group to confirm whether it was true or not. And so to confirm it, they ran to YouTube to come in creators' chats to ask if they had any more information and if they could confirm it. And then it changed from a rumor to a fact pretty damn quickly.
Aren't they smart enough to know, though, like that YouTube, we're not like the fucking law?
Oh, we're getting blamed. We're getting blamed as well because they've updated the post to say that YouTubers have created this shitstorm now by running with rumors. Well, it wasn't YouTubers that started the rumor. It was the Facebook group. So, there is a little bit of leeway in defense of everyone on YouTube kind of last night because the rumors didn't originate on YouTube. The rumors originated on Facebook.
Right. I think
I'm not
that's how
saying
it
how
got
everyone
to
dealt with it
Michelle's
was right.
After Dark's True Crime group was from the True Crime Sisters group. And
Mm-hmm.
when I saw that, I was like, something is up, something is not right because,
Mm-hmm.
and so that was why I contacted 423 Chase because I knew that he would know, and somebody would certainly reach out to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, and
Exactly.
they did. They called them immediately, and they were like, "What are you talking about?" And I was
But
like, I just knew it. Ugh.
Right, but wasn't it interesting that when Benny said on Prairie Boys that Jodie Sue was on Tiffany Marie saying the police were surrounding the house, blah 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 blah, and I actually went on Tiffany Marie's and screenshotted what Jodie Sue was actually saying was nothing like what Benny said she was saying. So they all kind of played into it and fed into it, and it built up into a situation where it would have been quite hard to distinguish who was actually in the know, who was telling the truth, kind of thing.
Right.
I think what the biggest confusion, though, is for me personally, is when, with the dynamics of this case, I just think that it adds so much chaos. Like when, there's family members, there's so much focus on the parents talking and the neighbor. It's like, it's so much to like wrap your head around.
There's way too many people involved in this case. And also, the thing about last night, it was about a 5-year-old child's body remains. It wasn't about any YouTube bullshit. If they were, what they were saying had have been true, they were talking about a 5-year-old child's remains.
Right.
And that would have been something that would have been like on the scanner or
Precisely.
breaking news.
Would have been
or
on
something.
the TBI newsroom if they'd found the remains of a 5-year-old child. It wouldn't have been on YouTube first. And can you imagine? I mean, I said this to someone earlier. Can you imagine any other family? Okay, just take Don and Candace out of the equation. Imagine a child's missing, and the first time their parents hear that their remains have been found is on a YouTube channel. They don't hear it from LE, they hear it from a YouTube channel. Can you imagine the devastation that would cause to the family? It was just totally unacceptable.
You know what, though? Think about Gabby Petito.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was another circus.
YouTubers
found
that van.
You know, the little boy that Kendrick Lee that was killed by his stepfather in that house in Texas that was left with the children.
Yes.
His actual father, his real father, found out that he died through Facebook.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
So I just think kind of people might not think they've got a responsibility on YouTube or on Facebook, but in actual fact, these are actual people that we're dealing with, children, people's emotions, people's feelings. It's not just okay to just put out whatever the hell you want about serious things like this. It just makes me feel ill.
Yeah, it's I don't know. This is the reason why I can see why the officials and stuff say social media and YouTube is bad. Because it is. It's a complete shit show. And any person or creator who says it's not, they're full of shit, because it totally is. It's one day people are focused on the good. The next day it's like a freaking complete bash fest. I literally just have to tune it all out, because I mean it's sad, it's pathetic, and especially right now, like here it is, it's damn Thanksgiving time, and people want to. We'll go ahead and talk about this real quick. This is something that kind of really struck a nerve with me. As many of you guys know, with my previous channel, Nita's World. She started off with like 27 subs, and I ran across her channel, and my previous channel was large, and I shared her video, and I said, hey, I said, this lady is very down to earth, and you know, she wants to help people, and she did really good. And so then I've been going over some emails and stuff, and people are like, hey, you know what's going on? People are bashing Nita because she lost her job, and you know, she's having a hard time. And I'm like, oh, that's the wrong thing to tell me. Like, do not even get that stuck on me. Like, I will come unglued, because this is what's taking place.
Well, and it was not a few minutes or anything. It was a 9-hour stream.
Well, it's not okay, because at the end of the day, there is not one fucking person on YouTube who is a damn creator, who is a celebrity, and sure as the hell not doing, you know, like financially great outside of YouTube, that I know of, because everybody that I see, you know, is streaming. Like, I think that this is full-time jobs for many people, which, hey, that's great. But if somebody loses their job, that is simply, that happens. That happens a lot in everyday life. But I can voucher and stick up and say that in Nita's defense, you can tell Nita has been a hard worker her whole life. Whether she's had a, you know, a job that people would say is a good job or a bad job, it doesn't matter. That just really, when I caught wind of that hit a nerve. That really pissed me the hell off, because I just don't understand where all these separate little attacks are taking place around a missing child's case. What I see taking place is, you know, like one person has a problem, and then 20 people fucking jump in and take the bat. and everybody started swinging. And it's like, what the hell's going on? And then you got this drama yesterday of people making up this damn story. I mean,
Right.
can you imagine what the hell law enforcement and stuff thinks of
Right.
YouTube? They think we are all a absolute fucking joke, as they should, because
Well,
it
I mean,
is.
65% of us are.
Correct.
Can I just say one thing that really, really is bugging me about this case, particularly, and it's maybe not just this case, it has happened in the past, but particularly with this case, is the amount of people, the amount of creators that are going real life on these suspects and persons of interest and superfluous other people. It's all a bit too like getting involved with Don's life and Candace's life and all of this, and it's like, who are we to be getting involved with these people's lives? This is going real life on persons of interest. It just doesn't seem very healthy at the moment, the whole environment of how people are getting involved with.
Right. And here's the other thing too, is the Wells have their own YouTube channel.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, why haven't they done, if they want to talk on YouTube,
right,
here's what they should do. They should do it on their own damn channel where they get the clicks and the view.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if that were me, I would be promoting myself on my own channel and getting paid for it. I mean,
right. And if I wanted to hear the N word repeatedly, I'd go to their channel and watch it. But I'm sure shit don't want to hear that ever again on YouTube. It's just the most offensive thing.
That yeah, see, I didn't check out that live or anything. I don't watch very many of the lives, but I had read that in somebody's comment, and I'm just like, wait a minute. I'm like, if I would have heard that live would have ended like right then on the spot.
Right. I mean, I don't know. It's just bugging me that there's too many people involved in the case, and there's too many creators getting involved with the people involved in the case. It's just like, it's got to stop at some point. I don't know. It's just.
But here's the thing though, like everybody knows that's what brings the people to.
But what's more important, being first or being right? Is it important to be the first one to put the information out, like what happened last night? Or is it important to be correct and actually think about the victim here is a little 5-year-old child? And would it not be more important for her to get justice, for us to be correct rather than first?
So, well, here's the thing. Of course, I shouldn't say of course, because I'm speaking for everyone, but I'm just trying to give Cher the benefit of the doubt. And I know people don't often like to do that. But if she was talking to Candace and that's what she was being told, why would any mother do that?
Well,
Why
we know
would
what they're like. We know what they're like. They're
we
both
do?
game
But
players.
if you, I don't know.
I'm not a mother, but I
think
can
that,
only imagine that I would have done things a million times differently than Don and Candace right back at the
oh,
start of this
absolutely.
case, you know?
But my question to you is, would you have done what Cher did if you were talking directly to Candace?
No, there's not hope in hell, because I don't trust a single thing that Don or Candace has ever said, and never will. And so if the information was coming from Don and Candace, I definitely wouldn't believe it. I'd be on the TBI site. Honestly, Libby, I can't stress it enough. It's more important to be correct than it is
Oh,
to
I
be
agree.
first.
I agree, but I think that Cher thought that she was correct.
Cher always thinks that she's correct. You know,
good point.
No offense,
but I mean, I can think of a number of things that have been released on other channels that I also have respect for that were not thoroughly checked before they were released.
But are they things as serious as finding the remains of a 5-year-old child in a pond on Jodie Sue's land? Was that it? Were they things that were that important?
Yes.
Okay. Well, see, I don't agree with that. I mean, not that I would hate the channel. I wouldn't hate on the channel.
The well.
I would just want people to be more careful, because I think about the people that it's affecting. That's what I think about.
The well photo.
The what?
The well photo.
The well photo. Well, yeah.
Where it was alleged that they were putting Summer's body in the well. That made me sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, there is a certain point in time, like, for people, like, I get it. People, and I'm not saying all people or all channels, because I know a lot of us channels who are not like this, but a lot of these channels and stuff, it is about the clicks and views. And I heard one channel actually make a smart ass comment and say, well, isn't that why we're all here, is for the clicks and views? And it's like, no, that's
No.
not what we're all here for. A lot of us are here to, to take these cases serious and to put critical thinking behind it. And, then we have other channels who they do like to do things their way, and that's fine. We should all be able to do what we want with our channel, but at the end of the day, this poor case has just went to a complete circus. Like, I don't understand, because when we all follow other cases, it sticks to true crime.
Right, exactly. That's why I
For
came
some
into the
reason, this
community.
case
I
has
came
turned
into the
into fucking drama land.
Right. I came into the community for the true crime. I never knew there was going to be so much extraneous drama going on behind the scenes. I just wanted to know the facts about cases and
Right.
do a little bit of research and put some actual information out there that might help and stuff like that. I just never expected it to be so overwhelming in terms of the drama. It's sad to me, but
Well, it
So,
is though, because I can tell you also, in these other cases of missing kids, 3 cases that I have done and covered, well, actually 4. I have had family members come across my video and reach out to me. And that shows right there
right.
that people pay attention and they come here for the right reason.
Yeah.
But there's just been, I don't even know, there's been just way too much stuff that has really damaged the hell out of this on YouTube, I personally think.
well, yeah, and I think I'm not going to sit here and say that I haven't been any part of any of the circus. Okay. And honestly, I think anyone who has taken any part should probably take a look at themselves and their own part that they played in it.
I think it's maybe just
you know?
about everyone looking at their own motivations, why
Yeah.
they're in the community in the first place.
Yeah,
I don't think
like,
anyone has to really hurt themselves over it or blame themselves over it. I just think maybe just a little more closer look at
Yeah.
motivation.
So look at yourself for the purpose. And this is what I always teach my children too. And they always, when they would be naughty, and it's not that I want to point out and just make you feel terrible about yourself. I want you to think about,
Right.
oh, this is, I made a mistake and I'm going to learn from it and I'm going to do better.
Exactly.
That's what I want to do as a human being until the day that I die.
I think you're spot on, Libby. I really love your channel, and I think that what you're saying is right. No one has to really beat themselves up about this stuff. We just have to kind of take a step back sometimes and think, am I doing this for the right reasons?
Yeah, and I mean, if people mess up, like, we're all human. It's okay. Like, if you make a mistake, just like say, hey, made a mistake. And I think that shows like people a lot. And
Exactly. It shows you're human at the end of the day and that you have actual real feelings about things and emotions and stuff.
Yeah, I just hate to see all the creators, at each other's necks and having like a war zone, because it doesn't just affect the creators. It upsets like the subs, and without the subs, we don't have our channels.
Right, exactly.
I was sharing an email, and I've gotten more than just one email from subscribers talking to me about, why, and explaining why they haven't been to my channel for a while. And it's all around this drama bullshit to where they have like deleted their YouTube and, gone cold turkey.
Wow.
And then come back and try to figure out who's real and who to stay away from that is toxic. I mean, that is just sad.
I think YouTube has a lot of victims. There's a lot of victims on YouTube, as in people that have suffered like really badly in their lives and had really, really awful life experiences. And sometimes on YouTube, I think those people can be re-victimized in some situations.
Oh, for
But,
sure. And
you
then
know,
because there's bullies here too.
right. And so I think sometimes it's hard because those people will be more vulnerable to certain, you know, ways that people behave or being in different group situations. And, you know, I guess I'd love for everyone to just kind of know their own mind and, you know, be strong and choose who they want to follow and all of that kind of stuff. But I often look around and wonder how many people are actually really, really struggling.
Well, and you're right. I mean, that's, YouTube is full of just regular people.
Mm.
A small, I want to say small, but it's not small. It's actually a huge community because it's all over the world, right?
Yeah,
So if you think
exactly.
about the percentage of people that have mental health issues
Mm-hmm.
or have suffered abuse and are recovering from that, or the bullies, they're all here. Like I was talking to Mountain Girl earlier, and I'm like, we could have total psychopath serial killers watching
Right.
their videos and talking to us and
Yeah.
not have any idea.
No.
Oh, we know we got psycho fucking past. That's
You let me up on your panel. You just told on me.
It's just really disheartening because there's so many of us here in the true crime community that want to help others. And then when you have people that are new to the community, they don't really know what they're getting into. And they end up on these channels and they're like, what have I just signed myself up for? And it reflects on those of us who are really trying to do good in the community
Right.
versus
Right.
people who are just creating drama and speculation and just attacking each other. And that's not what we're about. And I'm just thankful for you ladies, and all the people in the chat that are not down with the drama because,
Yeah.
there are good people in this community that really want to make a difference. And I'm just glad that I have found the right people.
Found your people.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not ever here to like bash anybody, creator,
No.
anything. This is just me like voicing how I feel.
Yeah.
And here's the thing that I'm noticing is that, other people can voice what they're pissed off about, what they don't like. And then when somebody else does it, then it's a fucking tit for tat problem.
Right.
And that's what I have a problem with where shit, doesn't add up and isn't okay. Like everybody should be entitled to how they feel. And at the end of the day, we're not 8-year-olds. Like we're fucking adults. Like,
Well, most of us.
well, we are. I mean, when you're professional,
We should know how to
say-
regulate ourselves. I
I'm
mean, we
gonna
know how
say
to be
this,
respectful, work things out.
if anybody can screenshot me ever saying don't sub to this person or don't talk to me if you like this person, please do. But
Yes.
I apply that same principle to myself. I'm going to talk to who the hell I want to talk to.
Yep.
If I have something to tell somebody, I'm going to call them on the phone. If I have something to show somebody, I'm going to show them. Like, I'm not going to. You can. Libby, you don't like Benny, right?
I'm
Right?
scared of him.
Well, ask me if I care. I don't. I don't care who likes who. If I have something I need to say, I'm going to say it. I'm not going to be like,
Right.
well, even though there's this email floating around saying that I'm trying to set Benny up, I'm not going to reach out to Benny and give him a warning that somebody's trying to pit him against me. No, I have his number. I'm going to put my big girl panties on and I'm going to call him. So if people want to say, oh my God, Penny and Benny are best friends now. Oh my God. Then I really could give two shits less. That's just how I feel about it.
I don't understand is like, because again, like we're all creators. We are like, we're just like subs. You know what I mean? Like we're not celebrities and shit.
Yeah, we're all just people. Yep.
Right. We're freaking average ass people. And what people like, they're like, oh my God, you talked to so and so. And it's like, well, I assure you that most of these people are not as they seem on YouTube. I mean, I think like if we all were together in a public place, like we would see and learn a lot about all creators that, you know, we may not all appear what we appear to be behind a panel and behind our creator names. But no, I'm with you, Penny, and I respect that out of you. Is I tell, you know, my channel, there are people that my subs do not like, you know, that I like. And I mean, I like everybody, until someone gives me a reason to not like them. And I, you know, and I see so much of that. Like people one day they're like, I hate this person. The next day they're like kissing their ass. And I'm like, really? Like it.
Listen here. Okay, I'll call myself a flip-flopping pancake all day long with Cher, okay? Because y'all know I have not been a fan of Cher in the early days when she first started talking to Don because of all that SA stuff, and it seemed like they were just not seeing the significance of it. And I still question that a little bit, but I have flip-flopped with her. And I'm just a person, you know, who makes mistakes, and I use my best judgment, but you know exactly where you stand with me. I don't say, oh, I love you, da, 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 and then go talk a bunch of shit behind your back. If I'm going to talk shit, I will say it right to you.
Right. And, you know, and that's the other thing, you know, like people will try to bash people. And I explain to everybody, I'm like, listen, everybody is welcome in my community. You know, and I ask everybody to always be respectful, even if they don't like the person, because at the end of the day, I mean, here's the funny thing is like Lizzie, you know, Lizzie, she used to not like me, but she, for whatever reason, came to my channel a couple of times and she stuck around. And I can tell you right now, once you get to really know a creator, and you don't just have an opinion, you learn a lot about a person. And I'm just very open-minded and an open book. And I think that's why Lizzie respects me. And same with tons of creators. I mean, I don't have really a bad thing to say about very many. But what I can tell you, though, is a lot of big channels that I would support, I would comment on lives and say hi or, you know, just be respectful and wouldn't hear shit. And I mean, I've put a lot of people on a pedestal and now I'm just like pumping the brakes a little bit, like, yeah, I'm not buying into that bullshit. I'm not, you know, like, I'm sorry. Nobody's ass is too big to, you know, be kind and just be like, hey, how's it going? Or, you know, something. So I just, you know, I've learned a lot on who I choose to support. And I don't know. I've always said a small circle is better than a big circle, less drama.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I like for people just to be real. I think it's okay for us to be able to say what we think and we may agree to disagree, but that doesn't mean we have to attack each other and bash each other. And that is, I think we know how to respect each other, you know, and
you forget we're talking about YouTube, right?
I know. Well, there are people who don't, but I mean, that's why I enjoy the discords that I am a part of because, you know, we can have that ability to say, okay, well, I like so and so, and maybe I don't follow that person, but I'm not going to judge somebody and say, well, then we can't be friends because you watch so and so. I mean, I think everybody has the right to follow the creators that they want to, and who am I to say that you can't, you know, listen to so and so? I mean, I'm just another creator that's on YouTube. I mean, I do fluid art. You know, true crime is like my secondary love, but you know, my main YouTube channel is fluid art, and that's what I do. But like, this is something I'm really passionate about, and you know, I have really learned a lot coming into the community. Just you have to be really careful about getting involved with some of the situations that are going on out there. and we have to keep focus on what we're doing. You know, I just don't want the focus to get lost on just attacking each other. I mean, we're so much better.
So when people bash like other channels and like really put them through the ringer, I don't think what they realize is when they're bashing channels, and this goes on everywhere, it's not just one or two creators, it's like multiple ones.
You're right.
When they're bashing another channel, then that brings attention to a channel, you know, because people want to hop over and see if, you know, that's true information or not. And then, you know, that it's just turned into a chaotic freaking circus, like insane.
Yeah.
And Penny has been put through the ringer and back. And I still don't understand why, because I personally think Penny is amazing.
I
Thank
agree.
you.
I agree too.
Before we, well, unless for time's sake, I wanted to finish what I was trying to get conveyed about Cher and her experience with yesterday. But I did want to get to Penny too. So Penny, if you want to talk about whatever happened today, you can go ahead. If not, I'm going to play what I was going to play.
No, go ahead. I mean, if I'm here for questions, I did not sit through that. It was tempting to grab the link, but the last time I did, she just kicked me off anyway. So I'm here for questions, or I didn't watch the whole thing. So if people want to fill me in, I know that Discord was conveying some of the messages, so I saw a little bit what was going on. But we had parent teacher conference today, so that means the kids were out of school early. All this other stuff.
So where did this happen today with you?
What? The live with Penny and Benny in the title, that was on Tiffany's channel. Or no, her backup channel.
Oh, okay.
I did see something.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that either.
Yeah, I didn't even know you did a live today.
No, not me. I didn't go live.
No. On Tiffany Marie's backup channel. Didn't you tell me about that, Mountain Girl?
Oh, that's okay. I thought you were saying that Penny was on the live. But yeah, I seen there's I don't know, there was like 20 different things like scrolling through, and I had seen one that said a Penny and Benny live, but I thought it was meaning Penny. You Penny.
Yeah, that was the title, Penny and Benny.
Yeah.
But so wait, so you weren't in the live though?
Mm-mm.
No, it was about Penny and Benny.
Okay.
Well, the part that I clicked on whenever I picked the kids up from school, it was not even, it was talking about John Crime. So I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't watch it because I don't subscribe to her, but I did see that in the thing, and I'm sorry about that, Penny. I just can't imagine.
Oh, it's fine. I mean,
I didn't see any of it. So what happened?
Well, go ahead, Libby. Finish your lesson. We'll get to it.
Thank you so much.
All right, baby, let me see your phone right quick, please. All right, y'all. I'm going to read you what I sent Dawn on Monday night. So Monday night at 9:15 p.m., after watching a bunch of stuff and, thinking about the Dr. Phil stuff, going through my own messages and everything, I got back in the funk that I was like, I'm done. If you're going to continue protecting lies, like there's really nothing I can be helpful with at this point. So I said, we had some more conversation of this, but I said, FYI, I am proud of you. I'll leave it at that. I wish you well, and I hope Candace will tell the truth at some point. But you, I am proud of, and I hope truly that you will get the answers about your beautiful daughter. Goodbye, Donald, and thanks for having my back when not many other people can. Much love and good luck. Thank you, Mysteries and Crime. Thank you for that. So that's what I said to him because I was done. And Donald has told me numerous times how big of a liar Candace is. So I sent that to him at 9:15, basically saying, I wish you luck. I hope that you will get the answers. But again, I hope that Candace tells the truth. So it's at that point, Candace really got upset with me, and Dawn was protecting too. Dawn said, Candace has always told the truth. This is Monday at 10 p.m. Candace has always told the truth. I did not respond to that. Again, Monday at 10 p.m., right after that, he said, yep, good luck. I did not reply to that. Again, at 10 p.m., he said, why are you being so final? Again, I did not reply to that. At 10:01 p.m. Monday afternoon, he goes, oh, really? Because I'm ignoring him. That makes him mad. When you ignore him and he's nonstop texting and you ignore him, that makes him upset. And then, of course, when I say, well, I hope Candace tells the truth one day, wish you luck, that's pissing off Candace. So they're both mad at me at this point. Okay, Monday at 10:01. Wow, Cher. 10:03. Get it through your head. We both have been truthful from the start. Why you people keep playing this stupid ass game? This is getting effing real. I did not say anything to that. And then again at 10:03, he said, oh, seriously? So that happened. And
I'm sorry, did she just say that Don texted, this is getting real? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah.
So what has it been thus far if it's not been real? Like,
that's the question.
What? That was weird.
Then we went up until Mr. Cher was streaming. And I'm going to pull that up again for you guys because this all plays in from me pissing him off Monday night to the stream Mr. Cher had Tuesday night where they actually call me. I know you messaged me the timestamps. And so we're live on Mr. Cher, aka Prairie Boy 77's channel. And what was that live stream about even? I don't even remember. What was that titled? Sunday Law, or was that the Wells family discussion? That was Wells family open discussion, all things Wells. We were discussing, is that when we were discussing Ziggy on there? Ziggy came on my channel. So much happening in the last 48 hours. What were we discussing on that live? Oh, sorry, not Ziggy. We weren't discussing Ziggy. Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much. We were discussing Robin and the Tacoma truck. So we started discussing that on Mr. Cher's. And then before Mr. Cher's, actually earlier in that day, I released text messages and voice memos of Robin. And yeah, so that all caused a circus. So then after I did that, it was a few hours later, Mr. Cher then does his Wells family open discussion on all things Wells. We are then discussing the church, Don, Candace, Robin, and the red truck. Now, we're discussing the red truck when all of a sudden Dawn calls me. And Dawn calls me at about 9 o'clock or it's like 8:52 p.m. Tuesday night. And he's freaking out. How could you share? That is some bullshit. Robin wouldn't say that. Are you telling me that Robin said that? And he did not believe me that the voice clips I played was really Robin and thought that I had done that I made up those voice clips. So he's cussing me out. He's freaking out about it. And then he hangs up. And then a few minutes later, I get a call from a number that I don't know because, yes, Candace has had me blocked. But then maybe I think 2 months or so ago, Candace changed her phone number. And I knew her old phone number, but I was blocked from it, and I did not know her new phone number. So that is the number that ended up getting a hold of me after Dawn called me Tuesday night, cussing me out. And then it was Candace. And I'm going to go through, I'm going to find this, I'm going to play this for you guys because you're going to see how it all played out to really set me up. I will let Mr. Cher talk while I find that clip. peruse for you. Necessary.
Looking for clips.
Yeah, you can assemble
Whatever.
whatever you think on the topic of discussion. I'm gonna find the clips though, because it really is important to watch it all play out from Monday night on and hear them to make sense of everything really.
How can you handle the stress? Yeah, it's not easy. She has good days, but she has a lot of bad days where everything just gets to her. But yeah, this is what she's doing for a job. So she either needs to go at it full on or completely drop it and do something else. Who's burping? Oh, maybe I burped. Not sure. Might have been me.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Betsy. You're sweet.
Apologizing? What? No. Hell no. Why would I apologize for any of that? I'm upset at them. I sure shit would not be apologizing to them. Mm-mm. I apologized. I think, what did I apologize for? I did not apologize for yesterday. No. I apologize for you guys listening and everyone getting their hopes up that we were maybe getting somewhere with the summer case. But no, I don't apologize to them for that. Absolutely not. They can take whatever text messages they want and share it around, but there's literally so many text messages, Facebook messages, and phone calls in between. I really don't care what they chop up and send around to make their narrative look good. No, absolutely not. Especially when they're actually going around and telling people to start trashing me. Hell no. This is not how innocent people act. I really don't care about Ziggy. Stop saying Ziggy's name in my chat or you will be blocked for the day. Stop with Ziggy. We don't care. We don't care about Ziggy. I don't give a shit what Don and Candace do on Ziggy's platform. I do not care. Okay? No more Ziggy name in the chat. All right, so here we go. This is just a few seconds before Don calls in. Just listen. There's 2 calls on this. I'm gonna play. He was going to lunch then. I don't think that's when he said. Right. Okay, so he actually calls. This all starts when I tell everyone that it's my belief that Don didn't actually go to work on June 15th. I stand by that. And there's even an FBI profiler who lives in Minnesota who's gone on serious networks and pointed this out. And I will try and find that and post it. Some of you guys actually probably know what I'm about to say. Don places himself there when Summer goes missing. And he says, we were only 20 feet away from Summer when she got gone. We. I talked to his coworkers who will not go on record to say that he was at work. So that's interesting. But yeah, there's a problem with little slips he does. And again, saying, oh, I didn't want to be at home alone or whatever. And I'm telling you, it used to be like Don had said, it went from the boys were at work with Don to quickly know that they weren't. So again.
Okay, I did want to pause it there and ask Penny if you want to reply or respond to what she just said about Don being at work or not.
So whenever the whole rumor came out or whatever, I only found out about it because the people in Discord were asking me if it was true and if I could find out. So I called Chase and I asked Chase, and he said, well, let me call Dawn. So he called Dawn, and Dawn was like, I'm at work. And basically, no, that's not true. And so then I told the people who were asking in Discord, I said, well, according to Dawn, it's not true. And then basically that was it. So
okay. She just was speaking about June 15th though.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention that much. I kind of tuned it out.
See, I could tell, and because I have my teacher spidey sense, I was like, Penny's not paying attention. Let me call on her. No, I'm just kidding.
That's messed up.
Oh, no, I was totally kidding. So what she just said was that Don had told her that he was at work, but then some coworkers who would not go on record said he wasn't.
Well, from the coworkers that did go on record, he was.
That's what I thought.
And there were some people that said that, Don made himself known. Like, so they only know of him being there for the time, because he works alone, right? So
Yeah.
there's a couple of times, I guess, that he made himself known, I guess, for whatever reason. He might have went and talked to somebody on purpose. I don't know. I have no idea. But I do know that there are coworkers on record saying that Don was at work. So
Right. So, well, I think the issue here is that Don keeps changing his story about things too, because Cher's saying that at one point the boys were with him and then they weren't.
she said Don said that?
Let me rewind and make sure I'm hearing it right before I spout off like this. Hold on.
We don't care. We don't care about Ziggy. I don't give a shit what Don and Candace do on Ziggy's platform. I do not care. Okay? No more Ziggy name in the chat. All right, so here we go. This is just a few seconds before Don calls in. Just listen. There's 2 calls on this. I'm gonna play.
He was going to lunch then.
I don't think that's when he said. Right. Okay, so he actually calls. This all starts when I tell everyone that it's my belief that Don didn't actually go to work on June 15th. I stand by that. And there's even an FBI profiler who lives in Minnesota who's gone on serious networks and pointed this out. And I will try and find that and post it. Some of you guys actually probably know what I'm about to say. Don places himself there when Summer goes missing. And he says, we were only 20 feet away from Summer when she got gone. We. I talked to his coworkers who will not go on record to say that he was at work. So that's interesting. But yeah, there's a problem with little slips he does. And again, saying, oh, I didn't want to be at home alone or whatever. And I'm telling you, it used to be like Don had said, it went from the boys were at work with Don to quickly know that they weren't. So again, how would he be home alone if the boys were at home the entire time? But anyway, all right, here's that call.
So I'm not crazy.
Well, I mean, I know that didn't Hunter say that that he was told that the boys were at work with Don?
Yeah. Yep. I do remember him saying that.
Maybe that's where that came from. I don't know, but
So you think Cher is confused?
I don't think there's not too many people who aren't confused.
Good point. Good point.
So I mean, I can't even imagine trying to keep up with all of that. I don't know. I can't even imagine trying to sift through all of the things that come out of his mouth, because one day he's seems to be a different person from AM to PM. I don't know.
Candace too.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to this craziness.
When we start talking about Don not being at work is when he all of a sudden, 24 hours after telling me he doesn't need me no more, starts blowing up my phone.
He was going to lunch at 3:30. I think he said. I don't know what he said, but he told me he had lunch at 11:30. He told both of us that.
Yeah, I did hear that he left at like 3 or 3:30. It might have been to go get some more mud or something. Who knows?
Yeah, but
he was gone for like 45 minutes or something.
Yeah, he told us he left for lunch. We said, "Did you leave to have lunch the day Summer went missing?" He said, "Yes." We said, "What time?" He said, "Around 11:30." Well, first he was like, "I don't know why about 11:30." So he was upset that I even asked that. So lunch was at 11:30. I'm assuming for like an hour, maybe half an hour. And then yeah, as far as leaving at 3 or 3:30 again. Oh, hold on.
Oh, he's calling right now.
Okay. Oh, spaghetti-o.
Don was calling right now.
Crystal Factor. Yeah? What are you doing? I don't know what is up with that. Really? Well, what are you saying? Like, what do you mean? I didn't say it. I didn't say it. That didn't come out of my mouth. Did you listen to the voice who's saying it? That's Robin. Robin said that, not me. Why would I say that? I don't know your pastor.
Yeah, so he's very upset right here that I released the voice memos and Robin said
our pastor is a big touchy-feely guy. He did not like that, and he didn't like that I had let the cat out of the bag that the church had once. I don't know if they still want, but at one point they were talking about having a communal like farm and garden there. I don't know. To me, it sounded like some planned compound shit going on. It's weird. And when I was talking about that on my channel a few hours before Mr. Shares Live, where he called me and started freaking out on me, that's what he's upset about. So, and like I said, Monday night he told me, like, if I'm going to be doing that route, going, digging on Robin in the church and not believing his wife, he told me that if I am saying that his wife is a liar, I am also saying he is a liar, which, whatever. But here we go.
Robin never said no bullshit like that.
That is Robin. Yes, it is. Robin said that. Listen to the voicemail. Yes, it is Robin. You can even see it. What? Yes, I put that on a video.
Why? Why would you do that?
I played a whole thing. I didn't play just that part. Why? Are people talking about that?
Why would you like that out there?
I didn't put words. That's her words, Dawn. That was not my words.
I don't give a fuck whose words it is. Why would you do that?
What am I supposed to do? Just take that part out and then have everyone say, why did you edit it out?
You're telling me that Robin said
yes.
Our pastors is building on a person.
Before you call me freaking out, maybe you should actually look at it. It's Robin. It's Robin's picture. It's her voice.
BS.
It's not BS. It's her.
I buy that for 1 second. No way.
Okay.
There is no fucking way, Sharon. You don't fuck me up right there, man.
So I made up Robin's voice now? Is that what you're actually saying? That I made up Robin's voice? How about you have Robin tell you that that's not her? How about you tell Robin, no, you tell Robin to tell you that that's not her, because she won't tell you. She's going to tell you that, yes, that's her. She will tell you that that is her. That's her. Man, I don't just make up people's voices. So you see what the trigger is for him right now. He's not liking that. Okay, I'm going to find, there's a second call now, because he hung up on me right then and there. Here's Mr. Share for a minute while I find that one.
And thank you. I got thank you for the PayPal, whoever sent that.
Yeah, he wasn't asked to share that, and that was the first time. Normally, he's pretty calm and respectful, but he's been like the night before that was when he went on Ziggy's and lost it. So he's been on a bit of a tear. We want to. What's the forbidden name?
Why now? What do you need to know?
What's going on? We're calling our master and Robin and our Becky Beery.
Okay, what about it? I don't know what you want me to say to you. What do you want me to say to you? Am I serious? What? Listen, you're not going to yell at me. You are not going to call me and harass me over something that didn't come out of my mouth. You can go and talk to Robin. Robin said it. Candace, you can log on to my account there and listen to it. It is Robin. It's Robin's picture there. It's Robin. There's no question about it. It's not coming out of my mouth, so why are you calling?
Sure.
Tell your husband to shut up, please. I'll send you the link then. Okay, bye. Okay, so she hangs up and then quickly calls me back.
That was the nicest Candace has ever been to share.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dawn. It's not even about Dawn or Candace.
I mean, it's a weird thing to say. It doesn't. If you were thinking storming.
Oh yeah.
Or another.
Yeah, because the fact. Yeah. Well, she's never ever.
Well, she always said realistic flies, rainbows. She wanted the pastor to be with her so that she could make sure.
It's just not reality.
Here we go. Here's called again. Call 3. She wanted the pastor to be with her so that she could make sure what she was saying was like the right thing. That's all. And she did say in the message, but it's very briefly, she said, my pastor's a big touchy-feely guy, but he's super nice. But it wasn't, she didn't mean anything by it. She was just talking about an interview. What?
But now it's read it like that.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't know why, that's not what the content of it was. If you listen to it, it's talking about interviewing with me. But she said it, so for Donald, saying it's a lie. It's not a lie. Yes, she did say those words, but she said a lot more than that. What else did she say, man? She said like that she wasn't really sure. She didn't really want to talk about the church when she didn't really know how to talk about it, because she said there's some things that she doesn't really know why does she believe it. But I think it's because like
Actually, Christy, we walked away. We ended the live stream to continue the call and had another 30-40 minute conversation with them. And Mr. Scher ended the call. But Don had called while we were live, freaking out. And I'm actually glad now that I have this documented, because they are now literally going and telling people. I had other channels, which I'm not going to say what channels, but they will tell you that they have been asked by Don and a church member to start trashing me mysteriously after I start digging into Robin and the church some more. That clearly pissed off the Wells and Candace.
Whoa. That was sketch. So okay. Whoa, I didn't hear that before. So she said that Don and the pastor are asking YouTubers to go after Cher. Is that what she just said?
Wow.
What kind of pastor is doing that?
Did she say that? I thought she said a member.
Maybe she did. Let me play it again. Oh gosh, I wasn't paying attention to my own class. Hold on.
Don't get shit twisted.
It was. If you listen to it, it's talking about interviewing with me. But she said it so her Donald saying it's a lie. It's not a lie. Yes, she did say those words, but she said a lot more than that. What else did she say, man? She said like that she wasn't really sure. She didn't really want to talk about the church when she didn't really know how to talk about it, because she said there's some things that she doesn't really know why does she believe it. But I think it's because like
Actually, Christy, we walked away. We ended the live stream to continue the call and had another 30-40 minute conversation with them. And Mr. Scher ended the call. But Don had called while we were live, freaking out. And I'm actually glad now that I have this documented, because they are now literally going and telling people. I had other channels, which I'm not going to say what channels, but they will tell you that they have been asked by Don and a church member to start trashing me mysteriously after I start digging into Robin and the church some more. That clearly pissed off the Wells, and Candace did not like that I had said maybe one day she'll tell the truth. I hope she tells the truth, whatever. You know, no way is Candace calling me being nicey nice. Now,
all right, Mountain Girl, please write your name on the board and give yourself 10 gold stars. You were right. So she definitely said Don and a church member. I would love to know what church member.
That is interesting.
That is bizarre.
Everything's just gotten like so freaking crazy. I mean, like this, I don't even know. Like,
what church member is going to say attack a YouTube creator because Don Will said so? That just seems that is bizarre.
It's very bizarre. I wouldn't put it past Don to be doing. I don't know these other church members, but I believe Cher. I'm just saying.
Cher clearly didn't just make this up. I mean, and she did state that at the beginning of the live that she did hear about this from Facebook, and that's when all this other stuff came into play. But I feel like that she's been duped by whatever has gone down. I don't think she started any of this.
Well, so it started on Facebook, and then she verified
Right.
I'm putting that in air quotes right now.
Yes.
Verified with Candace, who she just explained why she feels that they were pissed at her because she was starting to really draw that line. Like, I'm pretty much done with you guys. So Candace buttered her up a little bit. She's going to tell more about it, I think. I hope I didn't go past the part that I thought I was playing. Damn it.
Oh, this is all Tuesday night, okay? And wake up on Wednesday morning and shit hits the fan and I'm the one being blamed for it. And the real kicker to it is that people had my name in their mouth and was coming in saying, oh, I heard Cher said this and this. But before me and Mark even knew what was going on, they were saying my name. So
we were there on the
it's
line,
hard.
so yeah, people coming in saying,
Yeah.
we heard Cher saying that. No, she was on the live with me. She wasn't saying it anywhere.
Yeah, and then the comments even before me and my husband went live that I'm seeing today are from probably, like an hour or two before we were in live. You see his title on the live stream has nothing to do with what even ended up being live. We didn't even know that was going to happen. So somebody else already had this planned with my name to blame, if that makes sense.
Like you know, when you're talking to people and you're not used to doing interviews, it's hard to like explain things in depth of why you believe certain things.
And she said that her pastor was really knowledgeable about scripture.
Yeah. Well, he should.
Yeah, Robin said that she comes at things more emotionally, which I've not really seen from her, but oh, sorry.
They're not like the Catholic Church.
No, yeah, I know that. But she didn't even get a chance to say that yet. I don't know why everyone's only picking apart that one part.
Because people are evil, sure. Because people are evil and condemning evil mistakes. And they're all that. That's why. That's why.
So you want me to take that down?
No, I get it now. I get it now. We're trying to understand it, but it's not you, Sharon. I'm really pissed off because people are trying to make it about themselves.
Don, let Candace talk. I know.
No, they're trying to make it seem like there's some kind of evil dude.
I haven't seen any of that, but I've been doing my own, like I went to the dentist today. I was live streaming about my dentist stuff. I didn't see anybody say anything about that. That's why when you're calling me freaking out, Don, I don't even know what you mean. I'm confused as much as you are.
The people are trying to turn it all upside down. You know how they do.
Yeah.
It's not you. It's the people. Trying to say, oh, Sheriff said this. Oh, Sheriff said that. Well,
So, Kathy, that's why they called first.
Look, I'm not an evil person. Is that her brother?
Yeah, Mr. Sheriff's here.
Hello. Hey, how are you guys? I hope you guys are doing okay.
Will you please give him my Candace? Candace.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I mean, it got you on the phone with me. Do you love me now?
Sure.
Yes.
I love everybody, but I don't trust nobody.
That's fair. I feel the same way. Wow.
I don't care. My point of view is because nobody's trying to turn it on. Everybody's the same. You guys are good people. But I don't trust nobody. Shut up, Donnie!
Shut up, Donnie! You talk, Candace. Go take the talk. Go, Candace. Yeah.
Kind of got this on my channel. People are gonna just.
So yeah, now
he ends up ending the stream. For the shock value, no, I put it up there because it matters. It matters that people are lying. It matters that this is someone that's close to Summer and has been caught in lies. So that's why I put it on my channel. Trust me, if I was worried about shock value to get views and stuff like that, you would see a whole lot more on this channel that I have not released. And man, is it shocking. Trust me, that's not what it's about. In fact, I made everything private about the church. This isn't the first time I've gone after Robin in the church. But I set it aside when I started talking to Dawn to try and understand and see more. And because I saw the church was against psychics, but I saw that they were kind to Juanita. And so Juanita, I put everything aside.
Okay, I just have to make a little comment about that psychic thing to just say that it's not, in my mind, in the churches that I've attended, it is not odd for church members who truly are followers of Christ to be kind to someone, even though they are a psychic. They may not believe in that kind of practice or get involved with it, but they would still be kind to that person. So I don't know. That was a little weird. What are your thoughts, panel?
I know a lot of people, even though they're even people who are not religious, though, some people do like not believe in them, or they do believe in them. And I mean, that's just one of those things where even just a regular everyday person who may not even go to church, they may hear the word psychic and they'll be like, oh, I get that away from me. I don't want to hear about that. So that is something that, religious or not, there are a lot of people who don't believe in them. But I get what you're saying as far as, still be nice to them. But if somebody's religion is very strong and believing that they are bad or something and that they don't believe in them, then they may really, honestly be trained and believed that they're not good. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I see that. I just see a lot of similarity. This is going to scare people, but I see a lot of similarities in that church and in how Robin conducts herself. I know everyone's going to be like, oh my gosh, Libby's crazy. She's in a cult. I'm not. I don't even attend church anymore. But I am still consider myself a Christian and I follow the teachings of Jesus. And my Bible says that he would spend time with those, people who are doing things that they're not supposed to be doing for the purpose of teaching and would share the love of Christ. And that's what I believe that Robin and the other, I don't know the other members of the church, but anyway, I just don't think it's weird that, or a red flag that that the church would be kind to Juanita. So for her to point that out, I just was like,
the context there is that they don't like psychics, but they're kind to Juanita, right? Is it because other psychics were involved and they weren't kind to them, but it was, I guess, surprising that they were kind to Juanita? I guess because Juanita didn't she present herself as religious? Right?
Yeah.
Isn't she?
So that could be too.
But it's not strange for whether you're Christian or not. It's not strange to be kind to people, even though you don't agree with them.
Right.
Absolutely.
It's not strange. That's just part of being a decent human. So
that could have been basically maybe just the family didn't, I don't know. Because hell, there's been since day one of this, there's been how many freaking psychics in this case? Like, I can't even keep count on how many have like popped up and wanted to, speak to the family or to help. There's been numerous psychics from day one in this case wanting to pop up and stuff. So I kind of get where maybe the family would be coming from on that, I guess.
Well, Don's been
Again,
saying it from day one. From
right.
day one, I've seen on his Facebook that he would post. I don't know if it was like a main post or a response. I don't remember. But I do remember him saying, we don't want to have anything to do with that. Like, thank you. I feel like he was at first cordial. But as we grew to know him better, he's been very vocal about not wanting to have a damn thing to do with psychics, right?
Well, I mean, and I can't completely blame him if they're like going to his property and
Right.
like hanging out like in the street and talking about owls swooping down and like and being
Right.
in
At
there
the
like
end of the day, people
it's
have
like
to respect their
yeah,
property and them, I mean, you
too
can't
much.
cross those boundaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a little creepy.
So I don't blame them. If somebody was like camping outside of your house 24/7 talking about, trying to get EVP readings on somebody, it's like, or trying to touch somebody or no, I don't blame them for that actually. So
Yeah, I
clip
do agree
that. I
with
don't
that.
fault
And
Dawn for hating the people who hang outside his house because
yeah, I don't disagree like with if somebody is, against them or they are for them, I honestly just think that that should be their own personal right, to like somebody or to not like somebody. But, again, like I said, there were so many who like popped up and I mean, fuck, can you imagine? Like you're dealing with so much. You have the whole world judging you. Then you have these random people like showing up saying they want to help, but they felt, I believe, that it wasn't in the way that it should have been or respectful possibly, Again, I mean, I don't know on that.
well, the church could also be kind because have you ever heard this? Love the sinner, hate the sin. So if they view that type of sorcery as sin, they can still be kind to the person. They can love the sinner, hate the sin. That's possible. You're supposed to love everybody and just I don't know.
Well,
But
and that's kind of what my point was. And that love the sinner, hate the sin is not a Bible reference. I'm sure you realize it's a saying that comes out of it, but it comes out of the teachings of Jesus. Like Jesus would go into a club and sit down and be like, okay, gather around and peacefully. He wouldn't be yelling and, knocking people around and telling them they're pieces of shite. He would be saying, I love you. Come follow me. Leave these ways behind. But anyway, this is not a church service. I'm sorry.
yeah, and my mama told me that. So that's just
Your mama
something that
told you that.
yeah, that's something I grew up. It's just always been the thing. My mom always
Yeah.
told me, love the sinner, hate the sin. You don't have to agree with what everybody does, but you still love them anyway.
That's right. That's how I was raised too.
Yep. And it is, I mean, like I said, it is a saying, but it definitely is derived from the teachings of Jesus, just in, different words. Really.
Yeah.
But I was going to say something else, but I don't remember. So I'm just going to go back and play this now.
It's bedtime here, so I got to get everybody to bed. I'll be right back.
And privated all of those videos that I had on Robin and the church 5 months ago. So you're wrong. They are unprivated now. You can certainly go back in my content and look. It's not the first time. And again, if I wanted shock content on my channel, we wouldn't have ended that stream and would have continued the live stream or continued the call on the live, because what happened for another half an hour after that was both of them kissing my ass and telling me how they understand, because Don kept telling Candace, Cher understands. She gets dragged all the time. Cher knows. Candace, Cher's just like us. She gets dragged all the time. And Candace like, I know, Cher. I'm so sorry. I love you, Cher. So yeah, no. If I'm going for shock value, there's a lot more I could have put out there. Nope, that's not what happens. But now you will be blocked because you're nothing but a bitch. Here to cause trouble. So goodbye.
Oops,
But no, that's not what
Daisy.
happens. And again, TBI told me as long as I'm comfortable, keep him talking. So that's what I do. If he's upset at me and says he doesn't want to talk to me anymore, but then he reaches out, yeah, I'm going to reply. Anytime that I said I am done, I'm not the first one to reach out, by the way. And just like everyone else, I go back and forth to, this is some bullshit. I don't want to do this anymore. To, okay, well, I mean, let's keep him talking. If he's talking to me, I'm going to reply, you know? So definitely goes back and forth in my mind. But I certainly am not the only one. He's not going to confess. Yeah. Do you want to leave too? Yes, I blocked her for that because it wasn't the first comment. I let 2 or 3 other ones go. If you have a problem with that, I can kick you too. This is my channel. Hey, Megan. I mean, they actually subscribed and waited. These are the adults we're dealing with. No, don't be sorry for these. Deleted some calls. Mr. Cher deleted some calls. There was one I really wanted to show, but I didn't after, who was it? They had that nasty argument or whatever. I can't remember whose channel. And I was like, nah, I don't really want to do that. To be honest, you're going to believe me or not believe me. And I just don't give a shit anymore. It's plain and simple. If I was going to go on social media, can any of you honestly say that I've ever gone on anyone's panel and told a lie? And let's not forget also, I have been called a liar by people telling me, oh, you're lying about this, you're lying about this. And then several weeks later, it turns out, oh, actually, Cher wasn't lying. Oh my gosh. So yeah. And if I was going to go on a panel to make something up for the first time, because I don't, I put out there truths, things that I know is true. If I was going to make something up and I wanted views and I wanted whatever people are saying, super chats, do you honestly think, I'm a mother with 4 kids, do you think I would actually go on a panel and play along with a little girl's remains being found? In the thoughts that I could be doing this as a hoax and turn around and have my ass severely sued, I could also turn around and be in major trouble legally with law enforcement for doing such a thing. Hello.
And that's why I don't think Cher had anything to do with planning this crazy, trashy circus that happened yesterday. And I saw there was a comment in here. I'm not going to point it out, but lots of people have said some different things about Robin and how they think she acts fake and whatever. And I'm not claiming to know Robin on a personal level. I do not. But she reminds me of someone that I did know in the past very, very well. And this woman was a very devout Christian. I mean, this woman lives, breathes, eats, sleeps, dreams about everything is about Jesus. And I'm telling you that this friend of mine reminds me of Robin. And she was one of those people that you wanted to be around because she radiated sunshine and love always. So that anyway, Robin just reminds me of her, and I could see where if my friend, her name is Angie, if she had been in Robin's situation. So remember when everyone came down hard. I probably did too. When Robin was like, and I got my backpack and the snacks and everything, and I was like, let's go find Summer. And we were just like, are you freaking kidding me, lady? But now in retrospect, thinking about it, and she, every time that Robin's been on any interview or like at the prayer circles or vigils or whatever, she's consistent from what I can tell. And again, this is just knowing her virtually, right? None of us know her, okay? But I really think that she had every belief that they were going to find Summer that night, and like she was just going to be, somewhere in that holler. Like she just was legitimately lost, and nothing nefarious was going on, and she was going to be found that night. So when she said that so flippantly, it sounded weird, but keep in mind she was being interviewed. She was probably pretty nervous. Anyone would be, I would think. I just think it's her demeanor. I think that she is full of hope always and genuine, and that's just my opinion because you're on my channel, so that's what you're going to get. Okay, anyone else?
Yeah, and I think honestly, I think the only thing that, some people have questioned is just simply why, people spoke up in the beginning on the news and then quickly, went away and stopped speaking. But that could be for a number of reasons. Hopefully they don't watch, YouTube and see a lot of the like super, super crazy stuff, but those are like legitimate questions that people have. But again, they may just like want to kind of do away with all this since it's brought in, so much drama and stuff. Because, now you even get to the point to where every single thing that is said and done, people will tend to just kind of run with it. And when people are religious and they have different beliefs, they may not believe like that this is the right way to go with, being so public. But one thing I do want to ask that I do find to be just a little odd is just the whole factor of, why the parents are still, having their episodes of partying. And I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm just wondering if there is any kind of like counseling that's offered to them, through the people of the church. And maybe they have been offered it and they've not taken them up on that. But that's just something that I would like to see happen.
Hold on a sec. I have some stuff in the chat going haywire. Outlaw Trucker and Dar, please be nice. What is going on? Please, it looks like there's some miscommunication here. Dar is not a troll. She's been in my chats before. Please work it out, guys. Get your communication clear because there's confusion. Outlaw Trucker is a good guy, and I believe Dar is a good lady, so please figure it out. Okay, that's all I have to say.
At the end of the day, I mean, they did speak up in the beginning and, seemed to be supportive for the family and stuff, but again, maybe they don't want that attention, you know, like brought to them is the only thing that I can think of, because I am sure that that is pretty hectic given this case, because most cases start off just like a normal case, and this one is by far normal, you know? So I think that everybody, like with going back to day one, you know, everybody's kind of in a circle. Like nobody knows what the hell to think. So I think everybody's just kind of going back to day one and seeing, you know, like who was around the child, who was around the family. And I don't know. I think it's just been like blown up like crazy. That's why it's like, okay, it's time to take a step back and like take the crazy hat off and
I swear. Okay, I'm gonna share Brian Enton's breakdown of the disappearance of Summer Wells. I've already watched it, but I don't know if y'all have. Let's watch it and talk.
So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement, but she didn't answer, so she went down there and she was gone. So she went up the basement door, which was unlocked, and we haven't seen her since. Just some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea.
Local police and the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation spent weeks and weeks searching that property around the house, even bringing in the dive teams to check the bodies of water, as well as issuing an Amber Alert. Here we are, 5 months later, still no sign of Summer Wells. I want to bring in News Nation's Brian Enton, who is at the Sheriff's Department in Rogersville, Tennessee. That's where Summer Wells went missing. Okay, Brian Enton, you do this better than anybody else. Just get me up to speed on the investigation. Where are we at?
Well, unfortunately, basically nothing has changed in 5 months since Summer Wells went missing. I was inside the building behind me, the sheriff's office today, sat down with the sheriff, and that was probably the most jaw-dropping thing I heard since we got here. I asked him, since Summer went missing 5 months ago, what sort of progress have you made? Are there any new nuggets? Is there any lead? Is there anything? And he said flat out, no.
Well, that's disturbing. Nothing. No. He said no. There's nothing. We know nothing. We're nowhere. And think about the absolute train wreck circus, fucking hodgepodge, just shit fest that we've all been going through these past 5 months. And where is Summer? And where are we in this case? What do we know? Is there anything? No, Ronnie Lawson says.
Yep, just flat out, no. We're same place that we've been on June 15th. Since we've been there, that's it. That's all we know is she's gone. Nobody abducted her. There was no foul play. She just is gone. She just got gone.
You may as well have just said, we're incompetent. I mean, yeah. How can there be nothing, dude? And how can you just sit there and say that like that's a normal?
I know.
You know, but he says, well, we're going through all possibilities. Everything's on the table. Everybody's a suspect. Nobody's ruled out. And it's like, so then you're not. Wait, you haven't ruled anybody out? Anybody? Like, you cannot confidently say that this person, say just Robin, for example. You can't confidently say that Robin is not involved. You can't confidently say that the neighbor isn't involved. You can't confidently say anything at all, period, about the entire thing. That is a problem. And it's not how you have nothing, it's why don't you have anything. That's what I want to know.
Well, wonder, so they just announced, didn't they just announce something about the polygraph test too?
Yeah, he confirmed that, or
All right,
from
we're
what I
getting there.
understand, he confirmed. Yeah.
We're not jumping ahead there, little miss.
Oh, excuse me.
Now, you got those 10 stars, but I'm going to have to take 2 of them away because you jumped ahead of the class.
Oh no.
My damn stars back.
Oh, no. Just kidding. I don't take stars away. That's terrible.
You're such a good teacher, Libby.
They have no new leads. And he said everything is on the table right now. And every single person involved in this case, he considers a person of interest.
Well, that's upsetting. Kids and people don't just go, vanish. They don't just go poof. They're somewhere. It's whether they're alive or dead somewhere. And we have lots of tools to figure that out. Go back to the dad for a minute, because we've talked about mom and grandma out planting flowers and the boys inside doing what boys do on their phones and TV. Where was dad, and what's his story?
So the dad, Don Wells, he was at work. He works as a drywaller. He was not there when Summer went missing. He says he got the call and he rushed home and he saw his other kids, who have since been taken away by social services, by the way, because I'm not sure if you've seen the inside of their house, Ashley. It was a real mess when all of this went down. Very, very unsafe for children. But the dad was not there, comes home, sees his other boys out looking for Summer. And basically, you summed it up. The mom claims that Summer was outside, went back in the house. The grandmother was also on the property. Summer suddenly goes missing. They're looking around and she literally vanishes. What the parents believe is that she may have wandered out of the house. They say that she was abducted. And that is what they think, either kidnapped or abducted, and that she went down a very steep ravine behind the house. But I was out at the house today and yesterday. The ravine is so steep, it's in the middle of nowhere. And the sheriff says it. I mean, it's not. They don't believe at this point there's any evidence to show that this was an abduction, because it's just, it's so strange that this would happen at this one house in the middle of nowhere on the side of a hill in Tennessee.
So I'm just going to go back like a gazillion years, like 20 years to Elizabeth Smart going missing. I said the same thing. I was outside, the Smart's house, and I said, little girls just don't vanish from their beds. I smell a rat. And there was a ravine going the other way, a steep upward ravine outside back of their house. And it turned out Elizabeth was up there, and she could hear people screaming for her, calling out her name. And she was captured by 2 evil boogeymen. A man.
Y'all,
Mm,
that messed me up right there.
that gives me chills.
Yeah. Because I picture Summer when everyone's going batshit crazy, looking for her, calling for her, and thinking that she possibly could have been in the vicinity at that time, and know that they were looking for her.
Yeah, that's seriously, like, and people, they laugh at that whole theory of it being similar to the Elizabeth Smart case. But I mean, that is proof. Look how long they kept her where they kept her, and nobody knew. And you heard see, I can't even think of that shit. It's too much.
How devastating.
But you have to question and wonder, like, when they're saying that this was not, see, I am, this is what makes me have to, like, turn my brain off and walk away from this, like, for the 50th time and be done, is because I'm sitting here trying to mentally think of what other suggestion do they think that it could be if they have ruled out
Everything.
yeah, like okay, well, did the fucking UFO land?
Didn't they say there were people that didn't want their land searched? Didn't I hear that? That there were neighbors that didn't want to allow their land to be searched? What were all properties eventually completely searched?
Too.
We're getting feedback. But I don't recall hearing law enforcement say that. I thought I heard Don say that. That's what Norma said too. Did anyone hear law enforcement? Penny, are you here? She would know. Did law enforcement say that people wouldn't let them check? I remember them saying, encouraging everyone to check their own properties. But then I also remember that he said when they were doing their searches that anyone that they asked was very cooperative. No one denied them a search. I remember him saying that.
But what if someone that can search their own property is the one who has her? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're right.
You know what? I mean, that makes me feel creepy. Like, why would you just say, well, I need you to search your property? And then someone could just say, oh, no, everything's clear. But what if that's the person? Like, that made me feel really unsure about that because as a mom, like, I wouldn't feel good about that. I would want law enforcement to check everybody's property because at that point, I wouldn't trust anybody.
Well, yeah. And then on top of that, like, everybody over there is like, I don't want to say tight knit, but for some reason, nobody snitches on each other. Either they have something over each other or whatever. But, if I know at one point Dawn was like, neighbors should be searching neighbors or whatever. We should just all go around searching everybody. But that wouldn't really turn out too well either. One, nobody wants everybody to know the business going on their property. And two, nobody's going to snitch on each other. It's not going to happen. Even if you do stumble upon something that needs to be reported, there's no way in hell they're going to do that. There's just not.
A 5-year-old girl?
From my my feelers, no.
That was one thing that bothered me about that was just like, what if she is somewhere that they didn't actually search themselves, the law enforcement?
Well, and here's the other thing that I want to point out too is so they stated that, they checked and interviewed all of the registered offenders in the area.
Mm-hmm.
Here's something that came to mind that kind of freaked me out a little bit was when the little girl in Australia who was kidnapped from the tent recently and she was found. Like, I would have never, ever, ever in a million years dreamed that would be the outcome of where they found her. And when you really think about it, like that guy, he did not have a past like history as far as being a registered offender.
Because most offenders aren't registered.
Right. But that just goes to show that there are people who live just like that guy did. Like they showed his house. Just, he would even come and go from home.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody knew that child was in there.
Yeah.
But he had a weird, sick fascination with these damn, like, freaking rat dogs. Yeah. But he wanted a, real life doll. And, and here's what's so sad is, and this is what does not make sense. When you look at the public social media accounts that the family has, it's clear as day that the mother always took those kids out and did things. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of photos. Mm-hmm. And with that being said, how do you think all these photos got on all over social media and stuff by creators and stuff? Because they've been able to access them through many of those social media accounts. So who is to say that there was not somebody on possibly her friends list who lives in the area who knew their routine and knew, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I've been that girl.
And it just, but see, here's the thing that would go back, in my opinion, to an abduction theory. So how this goes back to my question as to why so many things are not adding up, because what other possibility would it freaking be?
I still think it's somebody that they know. Maybe they don't realize that they know. Like Dr. Phil said, maybe you know something that you don't realize that you know. I think it could be somebody that's been to their house or somebody that they have some type of association with. It's more likely somebody that they know than a stranger.
Well, and on that note,
property,
there's
people would know
there.
that.
Okay, so I don't want. I made a video the other day, and it was who is Leslie Hill? Well, Leslie is apparently a major role figure in Hunter's life. Her son, Leslie's son, which his name is Mark Douglas Dorton, he's a registered sex offender.
Oh, I thought it
And
was her son-in-law. It's her son?
it's her son.
Oh my God.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Right. So, it's like, well, how far out did they look at these offenders? Like, because that's one that's pretty close to the situation, and you heard it on Unmasked Live that they know one of the neighbors, because they said, do you know any of the neighbors at over on Ben Hill? And Allie looked up at Leslie, and then Allie responded, and she said, one, but I can't speak on that. So do they have a connection over there at Ben Hill? Yes, they do. So on any given day, would it make sense if they have a connection to somebody on Ben Hill for any of those people to have been over there? I mean, just something like that. It's like, how far out did you look? Who all did you look into? How did you, like, and who are, for example, Leslie is Allie's alibi. Allie's phone was dead whenever all this happened, and Leslie is Allie's alibi.
Yeah, on that
Okay.
interview, it stated that they were at a ball game or practice or something, and supposedly one of the phones were dead. So it just so happened to be that lady's phone who they were able to reach. But here's what doesn't make sense.
Okay, can I just say, if they were at a baseball game, several other people would have seen them there. So it wouldn't just be Leslie saying.
Yeah, it was a practice. It was her grandson's practice. Yeah.
Yeah. So there would be other parents that I'm assuming would verify, and Allie's alibi would check out.
Right. Yeah. But no, we're talking about who she contacted. It was always conveniently the Leslie lady, because the phones were not working, or something. But here's the weird thing that people are not really talking a lot about is, so before this took place, now if you really have a falling out with somebody and somebody is not a good parent or person, are you going to let your child go off with that person, is my biggest question. Because we know that day of, she was welcome to the house, inside the house, and okay to let a child go off with her. And even that evening, reports have stated that she reached out to them also to announce the disappearance. So why would she reach out to them if, they were not friends? And if you guys go back and listen, Don clearly states he's like really confused and says, shortly after she vanished, she goes, I don't understand why they have turned on us. And, and I've always thought that something was really kind of off about that. And I still want to know how in the hell the dog that they gave to H's family, how it ended up back at the family's property. Do you guys remember him questioning?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Oh, the puppy?
Yeah, he'd given away a puppy, and then that puppy ended up back up at the house, unannounced. But I mean, it's hearsay, but I just always thought that was odd, because I mean, I personally wouldn't think someone would make that up. But then again, fuck, I don't think a lot of shit about this case. But
Yeah.
but it's hard to wrap your head around.
I don't know why, but I get so upset when I think that there's any possibility that Hunter had anything to do with this at all. I just, it triggers me for some reason.
It triggers me about them saying that Hunter sent these pornographic images to Candace. That blows my mind.
Who said that? What? I don't know about that.
What live did I hear that on? I think, who was talking about that? I just came upon it last week. Is anybody in the chat, have you guys heard that? Someone saying that that Hunter had been, I want to say it might have been, I don't want to say Jody Sue, but I'm thinking that it was her or somebody else that was talking about Hunter sending Candace like pornographic videos or pictures of himself. And I was like, that is so disgusting. I was like, no way. No, I think it's terrible. It might have been on Ziggy's live that I heard that come up.
Well, we don't say that word here. I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Sorry, teacher.
No, it's okay.
Don't put me in timeout.
Listen, she did a 9-hour live bashing my friend, so I just can't.
I love Ziggy, and she has the patience of a saint, I have to tell you.
Well, she called my friend a fucking bitch and did a whole 9-hour stream talking shit about her. So
I dropped off. What is the conversation now?
I missed
we got
that
a little
totally.
sidetracked for a second. It was about Nita.
I had no idea. I've not been listening to her lately because I just can't get into the drama lately. So
oh well, don't.
I had no idea.
But yeah, they had a little tiff or whatever, but I don't know. Nita's my friend, so
I don't want people attacking Nita. I think that is terrible that people are attacking her, but I didn't know it was her.
Mm-hmm.
There is just so much, y'all. Oh God.
So anyway, that's a total side note.
Yeah, let's
I just don't want to entertain it anymore. Hi,
Hey,
Penny.
I fell off and
Hi.
then I had to come back on. Did anyone discuss or ask? I don't know if I missed it, but is H still in town or is he not in town?
No idea.
I'll answer you in private chat.
Who said that? Is that Penny?
Penny is the oracle. But is she a vault? Yes, she is. She's a vault who's actually a vault. Oh my. Okay. So Carolina.
Yes.
That business about the pics. Did anyone verify?
No, that's what I was asking because I wanted to know if anyone had verified that. But everybody was going in on everybody. I think it was when PG and like Jenna. It was like a whole bunch of people that was on there, and like I just couldn't even stay. I was just thinking, well, people are just making up stuff. But I see someone in the chat that's asking that, and that was discussed too about, did Candace groom Hunter? I mean, they were talking about all of that, and I was like, I was so disgusted with it that I couldn't really get into it. Like, I'm like, what's real? What's not? I can't. But there is something weird about the whole Allie and Hunter, like you're saying about how the phone was cut off with Leslie. I'm like, how does this all tie in? Because again, it takes you back to that it's somebody that's close to the family, somebody that knows something, but that's not saying anything. I just feel like there's just things that we have no idea that's really happening. There's just so many distractions.
Yeah.
That's really concerning.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe everywhere you turn. And when Penny put that that video out about Leslie and her son, and I think she made reference to, a rabbit hole, and I was like, why does every rabbit hole in this case end with a frickin' offender?
Yeah.
Well, you also
everywhere you
remember
look.
in the beginning when Leslie was talking about early on when she had first met Candace and had talked about the swimming pool thing or whatever, and she said that right then at that moment she chose to not like her or something, I believe. So you have to wonder, like, okay, did she maybe plan something? I mean, shit.
Thank you, Erica. So if it came from Don's mouth and that's our verification, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What?
It could very well be true, but Don isn't a verification of shit.
What are you talking about, Leb?
Of the Hunter alleged cheesy pictures.
Oh. See, I never even heard that.
Ugh.
Oh dear God.
And
Penny's
there's been so many
actually-
trafficking people that have gotten arrested recently in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what makes me think, like, what don't we know that has happened? It's just so sick. Ugh.
Okay, I'm going to, if it's all right with everyone, get back to playing this Brian business. Yes, Penny. Penny's talking to us secretly backstage.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Why did I just start singing or doing the Addams Family song? That's not the one that I was trying to go for. It was the Pink Panther. How does the Pink Panther go?
No, that's Inspector Gadget. Dang it. I was so certain.
You were much closer than I was. Did it? Nope, I did it again.
Dun 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 dun
That's it.
Okay, thank you. We just had to get that off of our. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. You're welcome, and play this video.
And a woman who kept her for 9 months. And so I've changed my tune a lot on the fact that, weird, completely unbelievable abductions, they do happen. They happen to Mark Kloss. They happen to Ed Smart. They do happen. But let's go back to that house. You said inside it's not a good scene. But is there anything that investigators or even the parents can point to that suggests someone came in that house and somehow drove up that big circular driveway without them seeing, and then somehow took Summer off into those, I guess, thick woods where they wouldn't have their car? I mean, none of it really logistically makes sense from a pragmatic, state. So what's the theory on how someone might have abducted her out of the house?
Well, according to the parents, when the search dogs were out there, they traced a scent from Summer down the steep ravine, not near the driveway, but down the steep ravine out to a more of a main road below. So the parents' working theory is there may have perhaps been a car parked down below that someone got Summer up by the house, took her down this steep ravine, got her in the car, and then took off. And you're right, anything is possible. The sheriff said anything is possible. He said he has hope that she could still be alive somewhere. That's why we're hoping people take a look at her picture. Could she still be in the state of Tennessee? Could she have been human trafficked in another part of the country? He says anything is possible at this point.
Oh, I just hate even thinking that. Like, I don't want my head to go into that space at all. Maybe I'm Pollyanna about this, but you say traffic, and I just think, God, she's 5. Okay, so the red truck, the business about the red truck.
Who else felt that to their core when she said, when someone says trafficking, I just can't even because she's 5. And yet it's entirely possible and it happens. I don't know. Well, I've shared this before, but I have had students, plural, who have been trafficked by their parent when they were in the single digit ages. Yep.
That
'Cause the
seems to
parents are
be a
addicted.
big problem in that state, though. But the only thing that I wonder is because they have had like what 2 or 3 busts since June.
At least 2.
Yeah, 2 or 3. And the only thing that I can think of now that things don't add up is I used to think that that was a strong possibility. But if that happened, then the parents wouldn't have known if they passed their lie detector test. So that's what has me like completely into left field now, because now we have heard that they have passed their tests. So
No, we haven't heard it yet.
okay,
I'm going to stop stopping it until we get to that point.
Oh,
Okay, that's going to
God.
be your shining moment.
Shit.
I'm sorry. I'm such an ass. Okay, sorry.
You are an asshole.
You know, they're saying it's like a 1998 to 2000 maroon or red Toyota Tacoma. That's pretty specific, with a bed ladder rack along with white buckets in the truck bed. Who saw that and was so smart to get all that information and then remember it and then actually regurgitate it? Whose information is that?
So it was a witness in the area who believes they saw that red truck. Another neighbor also says that she thinks that she heard a scream.
Sorry, Mountain Girl, this is not your time yet, because I have to point out that this man here just told us that there's a neighbor who saw the red truck and another neighbor who heard the scream. That's 2 different neighbors.
Yeah, the only thing is though, the whole thing with that, and I'm not saying that people are crazy and don't hear things, but why didn't we hear that day one? And why couldn't that be confirmed when, what was it, like a couple weeks ago or something? Was it a couple weeks ago
Well,
that?
Jody Sue did say that she's not the neighbor who reported the truck.
Right. Yeah. So it's just so freaking, it's too
We
hard to
know.
wrap your head around anymore, honestly.
Do we
No,
know
we haven't
who?
heard about what neighbor reported that.
Yeah, who is the neighbor that reported it? We don't know?
Well, from what I understand, they don't want to be identified.
Right.
Okay, fair enough.
Also, hi to Chris. He's in the chat, Libby.
Chris Thorns.
Yeah, our boy Chris.
Hey, good to see you.
Hi, Chris.
Do I have a mod in here? I don't know. I haven't been really looking at this chat.
Yes,
I
Elsie
have.
Justice for Victims is down there.
Thank you, sweetheart. Yeah, if you could just be sure to drop Mountain Girl. I know you have been dropping them. Mountain Girls and True Crime Commentary, and Chris Thorns is here. So you can drop his. He's awesome sauce. Hi, Sarah, with an H.
Chris is, and Chris loves me more than he loves Libby.
That's what he said last night.
That's what he told me this morning.
Oh, damn. We have problems, guys. But you knew that. Okay, I swear this is the last time until we get to you. Okay.
around the time Summer went missing. So, of course, those were some of the things we brought up to the sheriff today. He said, yes, they're looking for the red truck, but he wanted to be clear, that's just something else they're looking into. They're not sure if that is really someone connected to the case. Could it have just been someone driving by? Was there even really a red truck? They don't know. They want people to be on the lookout, but it's not like they've got some kind of concrete lead that there is an abductor who is in that red truck. He says they're not anywhere near close to that right now.
Okay, so you had a chance to talk to Dawn Wells. This is what I really want to get into, Brian. And we've got several bits and pieces, but I want to start at the top with the question about, I don't know, I think he's alluding to the idea that maybe Summer's mom doesn't hang with a good crowd. But dig into that for me and give me what it was he said about that.
Yeah, let me set this up for you a little bit, actually. The Wells, Candace, and Dawn were on Dr. Phil last week. Dawn, the dad, says Candace did not want to go on TV. They had to really push her to fly out to California and go on the show and say that it was in the best interest of Summer to get the word out. So they go on the show, and at one point during the Dr. Phil interview, when they're asking her questions, she breaks down, she takes the microphone off, and she leaves. A lot of people following this case have questioned, including the sheriff himself, does Candace Wells know something about what happened? Not necessarily something that she did to her daughter, but does she know something about what happened that she is perhaps not sharing with authorities? And that sort of was the basis for my questioning of Dawn Wells. Take a listen. Is it possible that something happened to Summer that Candace knows about that's not her fault, but she is just nervous now and feeling bad about it?
Well, no, because she knows better. She would know to go directly to law enforcement. An accident's one thing. She would never do something like that. She knows better than that. I know it happens. It does happen with people, but no, she would go directly to law enforcement. She'd call an ambulance right away, number one, do anything. She would freak out. I mean,
could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
no.
You know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens.
Hey,
Does
y'all,
that
if you haven't seen the
distancing
group out, check this
bother
out.
anybody else? The distancing that he just did.
Sorry, Penny. What did you just say, dear? I was reading the chat.
The verbiage there, it like didn't sit right with me. She loves her children. It just felt like, I don't know.
I don't like how he basically took a nap while he was saying it. Like his eyes closed for like the entire time he was saying it.
I don't know why. I don't know. She loves her children. I just feel like he was speaking of someone unrelated to him. I don't know. Maybe they're emotionally separated at this point, and maybe that's why that came out like that.
He seems disengaged.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes me feel icky.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was messaging Penny back. She's gonna laugh.
I am rolling my eyes at you. At what you just typed in.
Well, I just talked to you about this earlier today. That I.
Well, did you see it, Libby? I was saying to Libby that I tagged her in it.
Oh, okay. I was making sure that you didn't send it to me because this has been an inside joke today because I said that I don't use that. So I'm like, I don't even know how the hell to use it or check it.
The document that I was talking about.
Yep, I got a notification. Yep. Okay, so Lotus Flowers sensing the distancing also. Well, let me replay that and see.
She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens. Go directly to law enforcement. She'd call an ambulance.
bad about it?
Well, no, because she knows better. She would know to go directly to law enforcement. An accident's one thing. She would never do something like that. She knows better than that. I know it happens. It does happen with people, but no, she would go directly to law enforcement. She'd call an ambulance right away. Number one, do anything. She would freak out. I mean,
could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
no,
you know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens.
So, Brian, what did that mean? Sometimes she chooses some wrong friends. That was kind of a sketchy thing to say.
Yeah, and for people who follow this case, and there are a lot of people online who follow this case very closely, that is what they picked up on. He has not said that before. And the question is, what did he mean by wrong friends? I pushed him on that. He wouldn't really elaborate and sort of change the subject. But yes, that was the interesting part to us. And even the sheriff today, when I interviewed him, said, yeah, that was interesting. We haven't necessarily heard that before.
You just mentioned something I think is super important. And the fact is that the kids were removed from the home. The other 3 brothers were removed from the home. Give me a little bit more on that, because that doesn't just happen because one child goes missing. Like the Smarts kids weren't all removed from their home. There were 5 kids. They stayed with the Smarts, the other 4. So why were these kids taken out?
That's a very good question. Bottom line, we don't know. It's all confidential because they're underage, and the case has actually been put under gag order. We weren't even able to ask Don Wells about that, or he could get in trouble. So we don't know exactly why they were taken away.
Interesting. Okay, and then just the last question.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's talk about why would Don be placed under a gag order about talking about the boys? Is that something I've never had my children in, out of my custody. So I don't know if that's something that is
Well,
standard.
I don't know either. So, but I would assume that wherever they are, they have access to the internet. I would assume that they have access to a TV, and their teachers have access to TVs. And I think that if I was the person in charge of their well-being, I would probably, or at least in charge of prosecuting whatever this case turns out to be, I wouldn't want the children to hear their parents talk about them at all, because that might, sway them or their memory or their opinion or something like that. So they might just want them to be quiet.
Yep. I think just my opinion, I think it has more to do with the potential court case.
Right.
That will be building. I don't think that it's necessarily, I mean, I want to think that they care about protecting the kids, but, and that may be a byproduct of it, but I think the overarching reason would be because of a possible case building.
Could be. I agree with both of you. I do feel it's important, though. I mean, these poor children, they do not need to be. Can you imagine? Like,
No.
honestly, I mean, I am sure that, whoever is taking care of them, I would hope would not let them have access to, the internet and stuff, to see any of this stuff, because it's literally heartbreaking. I mean, these are a total of 4 children, and these 3 boys, regardless of how people have opinions on how they lived, or, the parents or anything, at the end of the day, guys, that was, their home. That's what they knew. And that was their, parent.
I gotta people are just saying it's family court, they're minor. I know that. That's pretty, that's obvious that they're minors. But what I'm saying to you is, I know that in just normal cases, not that I've had my children taken out of custody, but it is not standard to tell a parent that they're not allowed to speak about their children and the case. That is not, I know I just asked it, but I just answered my own question. It's not standard to put a gag order on a parent whose children have been taken.
Well,
It's
I mean,
because of what's going on this summer.
I have a degree in sociology and with a concentration in criminology. And when I was in school, I had to do an internship at CPS. And that is a very tough place to have to work. And this is actually an issue that was dealt with a lot. And a lot of times the reason that they issue gag orders in some cases is because it protects the children. It protects their private information. It protects information about where they are. Anything that can be used against, because if there was a case where, let's say, that Don and Candace, let's say that they ended up going against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say Candace did something and Don was like, well, they start going against each other, and then it becomes a battle for the kids. Like, that's one of the reasons why they use that, because they use it so that there is a fair trial when they have to go before CPS, because CPS has very specific protocols and guidelines in each state that they have to meet in order to get custody of the children back. Like, you have to meet passing the drug tests, or you have to meet certain protocols, which is why I have a really difficult time in understanding why they are not being very compliant. Like, they should not be drinking. They should not be going on YouTube. Like, all of these things, you can guarantee that CPS knows everything that they have done on YouTube, and it's going to be used against them. And I hate that for them, because it's dooming themselves. Like, if they really want to get these kids back, that this is not looking good for them. Just the behavior, the way that the house, there's certain standards and protocols that they're going to ask the court that has to be met, like standard rehab. Being sober, they're going to have to prove to the court that they can meet a certain set of protocols that are required by the government in Tennessee, CPS, for them to get the kids back. And they're not going to be able to get them back if they don't meet those protocols. And I don't know if Don and Candace have the ability to understand that, because they're not really showing, from what I've seen, they don't really demonstrate that they have an understanding that this is very serious. I've heard Don say on a few times when I've heard him on these lives that he was glad they took the children because it was for their own safety. Yes, it was for their own safety, but it was for their own safety from them. And I don't know that he has been able to really absorb that is the situation.
No, he doesn't believe that. He is an addict, and they are showing that over and over.
Right. And that's what I don't think that they have come to terms with, is that they have a long way to go.
I personally think, also adding to that, is that if he had not been so active on YouTube, jumping on all these lives, it's a small possibility that wouldn't have been placed. But I think that, and here's the sad thing is, doing these lives and stuff, it's not helping the family. And people may say, well, it may help the missing child. There's already too much damage done by all the lives that have taken place. And I honestly think that at this point, in their best interest, and you're familiar with how children's service works also, Carolina, and stipulations and stuff, at this point in time, I mean, it is critical for them to stay off of doing lives on YouTube, because
100%.
I mean, here's the other
thing. They've been told that, but they just keep doing it.
Right.
I just want to address LG Alice in the chat, asking if I had seen the Wells family reunification protocol. No, but I have worked with CPS, and there is a specific protocol in each state that is required when the kids are taken into CPS. And each reunification protocol is different. But I know what those protocols that are standard across the board are. And a lot of those, just like because of the drinking and the DUI that Don has, I mean, there's all types of different standards. It's the standard of care for the kids, it's the living conditions of the house, it's the manner in which the parents are able to take care of the kids, and it's also about the parents being sober. So there's all types of different things that go into play when they are going for the reunification protocol. They do want to try to place the kids back with the parents. That is the ultimate goal. But the parents have to meet the certain protocols, or they're not going to do that. They're not going to put the kids in danger. And I just, it's not that I'm against the Wells getting their kids back, or it's not about me taking sides. It's just that's just how the process works. And every state has a set of protocols that CPS has in place for that reason. And I just feel really sad that when Don has gone on these lives, it does put the kids at risk, and seeing the behavior that's happened, that the cops and CPS has also seen that, and they know that they feel the kids are in jeopardy.
Yeah. Well, they are.
I mean,
the kids
just
are
is
in
what it
jeopardy.
is. I mean,
they're showing who they are, and they're showing what those kids lived with.
I just hope that the
it's not
family
smart,
stays off
but
of
it is who they are.
I mean, I really hate that it is what it is, but it's just how it is. They have to pass certain classes. There's things that they have to attend. I mean, I'm in South Carolina. You have to have parenting classes. You have to, if you are a habitual drug offender, then you have to attend rehab. There's just things that you have to do in order to prove that you are a fit parent, in order to gain custody of your children back.
Well, and also let's none of us have seen it, correct? But they could also have been taken because all of those reasons you just listed, because we know all that stuff is true, that they struggle with all of that. But also their 5-year-old daughter is missing, and they have not been eliminated as persons of interest. And until that happens, I don't think that those boys will return to that house.
It really is for the safety of children.
Yeah. Let's say they got cleaned up, they fixed up that house, and everything was looking good. Personally, I don't think those boys are going back until they are eliminated as suspects in their daughter's disappearance.
That's correct. They can't just fix one part of the issue. They have to go to the judge, and they have to be able to show that they are doing all the things that the CPS requires of them to show an effort toward. So it's I really feel terrible for the boys, because I can't imagine what they're going through right now. I mean, that's all that they know is their mom and dad, and I can't imagine what they must be feeling right now. I mean, they're still very young. I mean, I'm sure they're very frightened, and they probably don't really have an understanding, because that's all that they know. And knowing that their sister's also missing, and the fact that Don has actually went on these lives and talked about how he has spoken with his oldest child about Summer was it was very disheartening, because he's going directly against what they've asked him to not do.
Yeah, and
that led me right there to understand that he doesn't really understand what they're asking him to do.
Oh, I think he understands. I think he doesn't give a rat's ass. I think he does what he wants when he thinks it doesn't make sense to him.
I think that in one of the lives that he was talking about that, though, was that he was stating that he did not understand why he wasn't able to talk to his child about the child's sister, which
Right.
that would, I mean, that does have to be kind of hard as a parent, but at the same time, I mean, if you're not supposed to talk about it, then you have to do it. But then again, when you look at YouTube, how many times, that he knows he should not be on the lives and then he shows back up. I mean, some people, they just have that kind of like that last word.
He literally can't help himself.
Yeah, it's sad. And this goes back to what I'm saying is why haven't the people in his corner, had them go into some sort of, mental counseling. And I'm not meaning anything disrespectful on that, but at the end of the day, it should not. This boils down to it's not them having to reach out to do it. That should automatically be court ordered. And don't you agree, Carolina? Like with the dynamics of the children being removed, they would court order for parenting classes.
Absolutely.
With him being on probation, also there would be random drug testing that would occur, which would then fall into the factor of court-ordered drug and alcohol counseling, which also has not been, obviously mandated. So those are the root to to the problem here, is what I think.
Absolutely. And these are all very key factors that are involved as law enforcement continues to build a case. So, that's something else that is coming into play is CPS is, they haven't really gone forward because number one, there's all this criteria that they have laid out that has to be met. But law enforcement is still building a case, and all of that's going to still play out in court. I mean, it's not just Don having to go to court for the DUI or whatever Don is going to have to face in all of these different settings. But I mean, there's going to come a day where they're going to have to go to court and have to demonstrate that they have completed whatever that criteria list is. And I just know that they may have to they may actually bring up some of these videos to use against him. And I don't think maybe he does realize it, but I honestly don't think he does. I don't think he actually realizes that they are using all of this stuff and that they're building a case with just them, what they're doing on social media, because they are, thinking this is really going to hurt the kids.
I don't think
it's hurting their.
I don't think he's that dumb. I just think he's that I'm sorry. I just think he's that narcissistic that he
I mean, I can't disagree with you, but I mean, when you're in an addiction or when you have a coping mechanism of, I mean, he's been in and out of prison. He's dealing with alcohol issues.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's issues that you don't want to see.
And there's some people who literally have to, even if they don't think they have a problem or versus they have a problem and want the help or they don't want the help.
Right.
I just feel like this is a prime example of somebody who has to have a court ordered to get that help. And I think that he falls into that category of somebody who they have to hear that from the court in order to do so. I don't know if that makes sense, but
yes, and I'm sure that that's going to be one of the stipulations. I mean, only CPS, the judge that's hearing that case will, know what those stipulations are. But that's how it is here in South Carolina. So I mean, and a lot of the CPSs in the different states are very similar into what the requirements are, depending on what the case is about, why the children were removed from the home, and what the requirements are for the children to be returned to the parents. So you have to take all of those things into account, and we've all seen it. We've all seen everything that's been happening. So it's going to be a long road for sure.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, regardless of like the outcome of all of this and stuff, I just think that for the children's future and to benefit them, I mean, this is why it's, in my opinion, important for them to not be on these lives. And if they're
Absolutely.
going to do the lives, I mean, why? I mean, they have their own channel. I mean, they would benefit tremendously doing the lives on their own platform where they're getting these, if it's for fame or clicks or views. I mean, look how many subscribers they have. I mean, they have quite a bit of subscribers already. I just don't understand why they're not doing it on their channel. And the only thing that I can think of is this goes back to the whole thing I stated about it would have to be a court order mandated um oh shit for counseling, is because I think that he on
Yeah.
his own does not have the guidance. And that is maybe why they reach out to other people to do these lives, because he doesn't know how to, direct that on his own, if that makes sense.
Right. And I'm sure that they have probably spoke to them or offered them to go to rehab, etc. And, it may come that, I don't know how their case is going forward, but if they don't elect to do it on their own, then they may have to end up telling them that they're not going to be able to gain custody of their children back until they meet those standards. And I'm sure that they do not want to do that.
Almost makes you wonder though, in this situation, I would be very curious to know if in fact they let that be known to the parents that those were stipulations that had to be met, or they would not get them back possibly. I'm just very curious on that, because when you look at what they're doing to the home right now, I don't think that they would be putting the time and money into, the projects and stuff, um, if they did not think it was a possibility that they were getting those children back. So
Sure.
once again, this I know for a fact is that they will mandate, like it is court ordered, but that did not happen here, and I can't help but wonder why.
Yeah. And a lot of times the classes that they may be required to take, sometimes those classes, it depends on what the court sees that they, or stipulates that they have to have. Sometimes they have to pay for that out of pocket. So it may be that they just don't want to put the money toward it, or say that they don't have the money. But there's always ways that they can work around that. They can work with the CPS office to get those things taken care of. So, we don't really know the specifics, but I think we can kind of look at the situation and know that there's things that they're going to have to make an effort to do in order to set the example that, hey, we really want to get our kids back. And we're showing by good faith, look, that we're doing all of these things, and not just cleaning up our house, but we're cleaning up our act. We're getting clean. We're doing all of these things. And that's really important, because I've been a nurse for 20 years, and I've worked in sociology. I've worked in the juvenile system. And these are all very important things that is not just in one particular state. This is how it is in most states. And I've seen this way too many times, and it's very tragic, and it's very traumatizing to the children.
Yeah, you're right. And that is the same in most states. Like in the state of Virginia, if it is court ordered for, let's say, parenting classes, those, you're right, those do have to be paid for out of pocket.
Yes.
And that could be another factor. But something else also is if the children are in state custody, in foster care, then it is the responsibility of the biological parent to also pay child support for those children. So that could be a huge factor here of, and this is why I'm saying if they're going to do lives, I mean, my God, like they should be doing it on their channel so that people are coming to their channel to get the content, or possibly they get super chats, and people may
Right, they
just
can monetize themselves, and then you
but
have
I'm
money
saying that
that
they
they
have
can.
a platform that could be beneficial to help them if they used it for the proper reason to get that extra income to pay for these classes and things that are needed.
Has anyone heard who it is that's managing their channel? Because really, that would is very key to being able to help them. But I just don't feel like whoever is helping them with their channel or doing these videos is really being supportive in a way that is helping them get on the right track with utilizing that for something positive. And I don't know. I don't really know what else to say.
And that's what I fear is I hope that they're not, looking at whoever is managing them or, something to guide them exactly the right path.
Right.
And I think that at this point, and this goes back to the lives, how damaging these have been is because you look at the mother and she is, whether you like her or not, anybody, think of what that would be like at the end of the day to be in the spotlight and then you think you have a friend, a best friend at that, and they are hopping from channel to channel doing these on lives just to try to get 5 minutes of fame on a channel to tell your whole dirty laundry and your whole life story. I mean, it's no wonder why she doesn't trust any damn body. I mean, I necessarily will not blame her. But yeah, they definitely need somebody that they trust.
I see someone said in the chat that it was Joseph Broadwater. Thanks, Erica M. From the church. That's their PR person. I mean, I feel like the church is would be a great asset to them to help them be able to possibly, get into a rehab even. I mean, there is a lot of good services out there that they could sign up for in order to get the help that they need to access some of these things. But I mean, Don also has this DUI on the plate, and that's going to be another lump of money out of his pocket that he's going to have to pay for, or he could lose his license. He won't be able to drive, and then he's not going to be able to work. He could spend X amount of days in jail, depending on, if this is his third DUI. I mean, in certain states, that if you have X amount of offenses, you have to do X amount of days or months behind bars because it's a certain offense. So all of those things come into play too. There's a lot of money that's going to have to come out, and plus, if he's paying child support for the 3 boys while they're in foster care, I mean, I don't know how they can afford it.
Right. But here's the thing though, if there was money that was being raised, and I don't know if it was for the church or for friends or whatever, if there was money that was able to be raised to do home repairs, then I would think that there would be an option or a platform that could be used to raise money to help them to get into counseling, because that is going to be the start and the root of something positive. What do you think?
I'm understanding that the church is helping them with some of these projects, I guess, with the home. But I was really concerned, like it seems like the church would want to help them to get sober, because that's one of the main things that the children need. Is they need their parents to be healthy and to be safe and to be alive, also, because a house that's fixed up with parents that aren't put together and there to be able to support the kids is not really helping the kids. And I just want them to be okay. I want them to be safe. And, it would be really great if we could have somebody, be able to help the Wells get the help that they need. Because, I mean, I don't want them to not be able to or to be saying to themselves, well, the reason that we're not going to the parenting classes or that we're not going to get the rehab that we need is because we don't have the money, because we're putting all of it into fixing this house up. I don't want that to happen, because it's really important that they take care of themselves too. It's really just, it's a very sad situation that's happening right now, and I just keep them in my prayers.
423 Chase is here, and he I don't know why he keeps throwing money at us, but it's very nice, and thank you so much. Mountain Girl, I have to mute you because I'm getting feedback. I'm so sorry. But how are you feeling? Are you well? Do you want to come up here and talk? Because you're always welcome to.
Come join us.
Please, Chase, come join us.
Here is the link. But you don't have to if you don't want to, if you don't feel good or whatever, but you're always welcome. So someone had said something in here about the Wells not taking advantage of their visitation. How do you know that is my question, if you're still here?
That is a good question, because how did Don speak with his oldest if he didn't have visitation?
Yeah, people say things in chat, and I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true. I have no idea, but we kind of have to make sure that, we're passing along credible information too.
I think that they would definitely stick to that. I mean, just myself personally, and that could have been like a rumor that that person heard on social media or something. But in all fairness, though, and here's the thing, if they were to miss a scheduled supervised visitation, then it would likely rip away from their phone privilege if they did not stick to a visit.
That's true.
If I recall correctly.
That is very true.
So I think that they would definitely stick to the in-person visitation if they get those. That's just my opinion.
Layla, why do you think you were not being seen, hun? I do not put up with people going invisible in here. That is not acceptable. Okay, so okay. I keep getting notifications like crazy pants and this Discord, and I don't know how to shut them off. I need to ask Trixie to help me because it interrupts what I'm doing always. Oh my gosh. No, Betty Jo. Betty Jo, it's not time for you to go to sleep. No, ma'am. Okay, I said there's a Discord for Chase, to Sinful Butterfly, and just, okay. Well, okay. Maybe she didn't see. I don't know. All right, Layla needs some hearts in the chat, I think.
Time out real quick. So I just read the chat where a lady, it went too quickly, but basically it stated that there was a lady in a chat on another live and had stated that her son was friends with one of the sons. But this is what kind of irritates me. That conversation apparently took place on, again, another live. If this information is true, and if there's a parent out there whose son goes to school or is friends with one of those children, I'm sorry, but fucking YouTube is the last damn place to come and talk about those children or anything on a live or anything. People do not realize, like, this shit can affect these children down the road and potentially their safety. Like, there's a reason for things. And if that information is true, I would just say shame on the damn person who put that out there, who went up there and discussed that, because I get it. People want to put out fresh things, and, I get that. But at the same time, these are 3 kids. Their information does not need to be, smeared all over. I personally just don't buy that to be a fact, because I strongly feel that if they were given the opportunity to visit their children and to see them, that they would certainly do so. I could be wrong, but I'm just going off of what my gut is saying. And once again, I mean, if you did not comply with court orders and go to a scheduled visitation, which would be supervised, they would not be granted the opportunity to do phone time, which we have heard that they have stated that they've been able to do. And I also think it's important when these people get on these lives and comment and say these things. And I'm not saying about the lady in our chat who, left that comment, not at all. I'm saying about the lady who actually stated that comment on another live. You have to bring facts to back that up, because if that's not true, which I, for my own personal reasons here, think it's not, a little tiny rumor like that can spread like wildfire
Yeah.
and cause further damage. And for one, we should not be discussing that, period. If that's the case, that's between them. Again, these children can come across this video one damn day or another live. They are innocent in this. They just need to be left out of it. And that's just my personal thought on it.
And that's what a gag order is for.
Yeah.
From the court system is, to prevent exposing the child's identity and exposing them to any harm. And that's why there is a gag order.
I'm wrong, Carolina, but with that gag order being in place, let's say, hypothetically, if that person in that other live in the chat revealed that information, that could be screenshot. And I mean, that would not be good for that person with the gag order being in place. I mean, they could get in some deep shit.
Okay. So I would feel remiss if I did not bring up that whoever has custody of the boys has a serious, very, they have a big responsibility is what I'm trying to say. I don't know why I have words right now, but they have a huge responsibility. And part of that is to shield them from things that they should not see, just as it is any parent's duty to do so. For example, I pay attention to what my grandchildren are watching and doing when they are over at my house. I'm not going to let them see something that's going to be harmful to them. Now, that's not to say that I think that it's just great what, people are putting out there, but you can say that about anything. There's video games that are harmful for kids to be watching, movies, all kinds of content that kids should not be viewing. So I'm not taking away from the responsibility of creators, but ultimately it's whoever has the custody of the kids to be. And at school, they should not be on YouTube either, and their teachers should be monitoring them. Someone just said,
yes.
Oh, other kids at school could see YouTube and tell. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I think that they probably, if I had to guess here, I would say that whoever their teacher is, I am sure that they have probably taken strong, measurements to make sure that they don't have access to that. Or if they have YouTube in the classroom and access, I'm sure that they possibly have a helper or an aide. Because I know that does take place in the schools. Like, if there is a situation like this, they will have an aide sit with the student during computer lab time and maybe put parental settings on YouTube so that they can't get on, like Bertha.com live or whatever just anything. something that's not generated for kids.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, 5, and you're right. You're absolutely right. And that is why I chimed in and said that the people who are taking care of those children have a responsibility to monitor what they're seeing. Because at any time they could figure out how to access a whole lot of things that would be harmful to them aside from this.
Isn't that scary, Libby? Like, when you seriously think about that, like if they had access to like all this stuff, like how damn damaging that would be.
And I'm not saying it's
Imagine
okay.
them
I'm not.
seeing
I'm
their
just
father
saying.
and mother fighting on these YouTube lives and watching that, how traumatic that would be for them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, it's.
I
just
agree
don't
with
think
you.
Don and Candace really think about that
No.
one day their kids could see that.
Oh no, they don't. I don't think.
But I guarantee you that CPS knows about it, and it's going to come up in their case.
Right.
I feel 100% sure that it will, because that's what they're thinking. They're thinking, what if your kids see this? If this is what's happening when your kids aren't there, how do we know what's happening when your kids are there? How do we know that they're going to be safe?
Right.
We've all heard the name calling and the bashing and the going back and forth. I can't honestly imagine what we don't know that's happened when the kids were there. I mean, that's what my thoughts were when I hear them going at it, is I keep thinking, what have those kids actually seen?
Mm-hmm.
And that's only because I've worked in the juvenile system, and I've seen some really disgusting things.
No, and I've seen people say too that the kids have already witnessed this more than likely and seen certain things, which that's obvious. But at this point in time, given the circumstances of their removal and stuff, my point here is that this is a time that they should be shielded, because regardless of what we think of the family or the home or the conditions, at the end of the day, that's who they look to as being mom and dad and what they look to as being home. So this is extra traumatizing for them mentally.
Absolutely.
Because they have already experienced so much, and
they don't know any different. The kids don't know any different. So to them, that's what their normal is. Even though we know that it's not normal, the kids just want to go back to their mom and dad. And so I'm sure that they are really having a difficult time with this, because they're just like, I don't understand why this is happening.
They're the victims. The kids are the victims here. It's not, everybody keeps putting the focus on trying to get the newest information on Dawn to speak and on the panel and stuff. But, in all fairness here, the kids are the victims, the kids.
Exactly. I just want them to be safe, and I just want Summer to come home.
Right. And I think that if they, this PR person, hopefully this PR person will educate them and tell them to stay off of lives. And if they want to do a live, to use their own channel and maybe make money off of that channel to help put forth classes of counseling that they need to, move in that direction.
Jamie, I don't know what happened. So I'm sorry. I don't know why you felt unwelcome, but have a wonderful night. People were okay. Lies plus rumors equal money and views. Well, I'm not interested in lies and rumors.
No, we're interested in the well-being of the children and for Summer to be found.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the bottom line, is that we all, whether people believe it or not, I believe that anyone who's covered Summer's case does want her to be found. Whether or not they're going about it the way that you would, or that you or I think is the best way to go about it, is a different thing. And some people think that you shouldn't be making any money if you're ever talking about Summer. Great, that's your viewpoint. You don't do that then. And you can judge me all you want because my channel is monetized, and that's not going to change who I know I am as a person. We all have to answer to someone at the end. So to each their own, but I mean no harm. And so I think that if that's your intention, if your intention truly is to find Summer and your intention is to do no harm, you're still always going to piss somebody off, even if your intention is to do no harm.
It happens. I know we can't, maybe we all don't see things exactly the same. I don't wish to see that any harm comes to Don and Candace.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if they're responsible. I don't want to go and speculate and say things that I don't know that are fact. I just want to stick to the facts, and I just want Summer to be found. It's not up to me whether they get the boys back. It's not up to me whether Summer goes to their home. That's up to the state. That's up to CPS. That's what they're there for. That's not my choice.
Mhm.
I just want, I want there to be justice for Summer. I want there to be justice for the kids. I want Don and Candace to get treatment. I just want it to work out for everybody, but they have to want to help themselves too.
Well, and they have to be held accountable if they,
exactly.
Yep.
That's how it is,
Mhm.
and I don't want the kids to get lost in all of this. And it is a sad situation. I mean, the kids didn't ask for this,
Right.
and it's really a heartbreaking situation. And that's why being a social worker is very tough. It's not an easy
Have you
job.
worked as a social worker?
I have. I used to work for the juvenile system in North and South Carolina.
Were you what did you do as a social worker? Because I know they have lots of different roles.
Well, when I worked,
don't dox yourself.
I used to work at a hospital, and I did that for a few years. But I also worked in nursing, and after I did that for it's almost 5 years.
That's worse than the kids, isn't it?
It honestly, I spent a lot of days crying. It was very, very difficult because as a single mom at the time myself, it's really hard. I would just come home because the things that I would see, like I would just come home and hug my kid because it was just really a lot. And I finally just decided that I just couldn't really deal with some of the things that I was having to do and see, and be a single mom to my son. So I went back to nursing, and that's what I did. And then I recently left the nursing field. And so now I'm a full-time mom.
It's funny because so you got out of social work and got into nursing, because here's the funny one is, so years ago when I had worked in an emergency room, and you would know this as a social worker, we would have to contact the hospital social workers because we would get, for instance, because it was children's hospital. So you would get a child who would come in, you would get a parent who would say that they fell, that they just fell.
Yeah.
You knew by the injuries that clearly something farther took place. So we would have to contact yourself, the social worker, and literally the shit that you see in the hospital dynamic, and even in a regular hospital outside of a children's hospital with elderly, like elder abuse and stuff. I'm telling you, that is hard shit. Like, people, if they have not done that, they have no clue. Like, and even Libby, like, I'm sure Libby's even experienced that, like with being a teacher, like I mean, it's so sad. Like
Even Libby.
It's tough. And we don't get paid nearly enough to deal with the stuff that we had to deal with. I mean, it was real. I was very traumatized over a lot of things that I saw. And I would just go home and cry and hold my son because I was just like, how can people be so cruel and unkind? And it literally broke me. You know, we all have our breaking points, but there's just, you know, I started out in nursing, and then I went and after my domestic violence incident that I went through personally, I put myself back through school to finish my bachelor degree, and that's what I did. And then I worked for 5 years, and then I had to bow out gracefully, and I went back to working in oncology, and that's where I finished out. And then my husband just said, why don't you just go ahead and just retire early and just stay at home and do your art full time, you know? And
Oh my gosh, that's
what
awesome.
that's what I do. I have an art studio at my house, and that's what I do. And it's the happiest that I've ever been to not have to work in that stressful environment. So,
isn't that freaking batshit crazy? You just took the words out of my mouth. Like when you start off doing something that you're passionate about and that you love, and you put so much time and effort into that career, and then when you leave that career, it's not that you leave it because you stop caring about the people and having a heart. It's just the shit that you see. Like
it's making me cry right now.
That's why
I really miss it. I miss my patients. I miss taking care of people. I do. When my oncology doctor left and went back to San Antonio, I just knew that it was my time. Like, he was the heartbeat of the practice, and I just knew it was my time. There's a season for everything in your life.
Yes.
And my season had come to an end. Like, I had done everything that I wanted to do, and it was just my time to move on. And but I miss that, but I know that I'm just in the new season of my life.
I freaking love her, Libby. Like she's spot on, because literally you're right. And you can't, and what's so weird that you just said that is because you don't even have to like question it or ask yourself if it's the right choice. It's something that literally, like, it don't happen on a Monday. It don't happen on Friday. It just, you don't even know it till you wake up. You wake up one day and you just say, you've done your part and it's time to move on. Literally. Damn.
It was hard. It was hard to make that decision. But it was just one day you just wake up and you're just like, it's just time to move into the next chapter of my life. I mean, and my son is grown. He's a firefighter now, and he's, you know, carrying on the legacy of taking care of people. And I'm so proud of him for doing that. But I really appreciate everything that I saw and that I learned throughout working these different positions and jobs that I had. People have no idea what goes on, and it's really heartbreaking. So when I see cases like Summer Wells or Heather Elvis, which is a case that's really close to where I live, that was really significant, which Libby knows about, and Mountain Girl, you know about, things like that. I mean, it's the things that, even though I'm not working in those areas, like those cases still keep me going. Like, that's something that I still want to be involved in, because
it never leaves your blood. Literally. It never, once you get into nursing or you get into like Libby with teaching and stuff, it stays in your veins. Like it does not leave ever.
And Libby, I appreciate you giving me a platform to come up here on panel with you guys tonight. I'm just really thankful for you and Mountain Girl and Penny. For just
shit, I forgot about Penny. Penny,
are you here?
Sleeping by now.
No, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm enjoying the conversation. It's so refreshing to hear adults speak.
Oh my
Right?
God, honey, I feel so freaking bad. And Kat, we didn't even say bye to Kat. You guys,
No, she said bye in private chat, but you were talking a mile a minute.
oh, see, I need my own platform.
Oh my gosh, you really, yeah. And I'm going to come over and take it over when you do.
Take my stickers back.
But with what you were talking about, Carolina, with changing fields, which you went totally like what? Okay, you went from nursing to social work and then back again.
Yeah,
And
I
then
went back
to art.
Well, I picked up the art because after my domestic violence situation, that was 20 years ago, and my ex beat me into a coma.
Oh dear God!
And he did go to prison, not long enough. And my son watched it all unfold.
Oh my
He was 7 years old, which is why I'm so proud of him that he's a firefighter.
That's amazing.
It was really hard for me to talk about for a long time, and I felt like people were very judgmental. But I found a lot of really good friends along the way in therapy, and my therapist got me into art therapy classes.
Yes, I've done
And
that.
so once I started art therapy classes, I met a lot of really great people,
Yeah.
and I began painting to deal with just stress, which is why I love Libby's crafting stuff, because that's what I do to just kind of when I'm feeling anxious or depressed or things like that. And so when my husband told me, he was like, people have bought your paintings and things like that. He goes, I really want you to just devote your time to doing your art because I think you deserve that. And that really meant a lot to me. He built me my own art studio in my house. And so that's pretty much what I do. That and take care of my 2 dogs.
Oh my God. So you were with a terrible, terrible person, and now you are with a wonderful person.
Yes, I've been remarried now for 10 years.
That is amazing.
I'm very, very blessed and merciful to me.
It's similar to my story, except I was not in a coma. But yeah, was in a not pleasant and scary relationship for a number of years. And this is my second marriage, and my husband is amazing and totally opposite.
I'm so glad
my first one. But yeah, that is how I found art therapy too.
We're gonna all start. Penny and Carolina, I'm going to invite you two ladies to come after this crazy case is over with. I am hostess. I'm going to be hosting a basically women creator retreat. So far,
that would be fun.
Let's meet.
Serious.
Oh, that would be fun. I would love that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get a big group of us together and just do like normal shit like outside of YouTube. Seriously, just like a lot of wine and a lot of greasy southern food and a lot of baking our asses on the beach and drinking.
I don't like the beach.
You don't like?
I don't like the beach.
How can you not like the beach?
Because sand does not belong in certain places.
Oh my gosh.
And plus, there's critters in the ocean.
Yeah. And you know
I
what?
want to get out of the mountains, so I guess we'll stay in the mountains for Penny.
Don't you do
Carolina, I have a question for you about sand, since Penny just brought that up.
Okay.
Have you ever experienced some kind of little, I mean, I don't know what they are because they must be like maybe sand fleas. Do you know of those?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sand fleas.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Penny, you're right. Sand does not belong in all places.
What
No,
the
it
heck is a
doesn't.
sand flea?
Oh, they're
Now
about,
everyone's
I
going to
don't
be
know,
like,
they're
Libby
about this
has
big.
sand
They
fleas
look
in her
like,
hoo-ha.
golly, I'm not even sure how to describe it, but they dig into the sand, they tunnel into the sand. Oh,
Have
yeah.
you ever gotten sand in your suit and felt like you were being attacked?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, see, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah, see, that's why you just avoid it. You just avoid it. Just don't go to the beach. The sun is the devil anyway.
Good Stella.
Where does Penny want to go?
I would be happy with going to some place like Seattle, Washington.
Oh my gosh.
It rains there all the time. How about Vegas?
It's like overcast. Oh no, they're not about to get my money. No way.
Oh, no. We don't have to spend any money. We just need to people watch and stuff.
Oh, okay. Because I'm about to say I've gambled one time in my life, and I went with $100 and walked out with $0. That's all I was willing to risk.
That would totally happen to me too, Penny. I know I don't need to gamble for nothing, but I want to go to some buffets. I want to drink some cocktails. I want to go to some shows. I want to wake up with a tiger in our hotel.
Yeah, you're funny.
Whoa.
Have you not seen The Hangover?
Yes.
That's my favorite part.
But you want to wake up to see a
I
tiger?
can just see the 4 of us on the Hangover tour. Oh my goodness.
I can't believe Penny, out of all places, she's like, well, I'd be happy to go to Seattle.
It's overcast. I don't know.
So you don't like sun or what?
I don't like the sun.
Oh my gosh, I need the sun.
I think the last time my mom went gambling, she went to Biloxi, Mississippi.
I've wanted to go there.
She loves it there. Her and my aunt go there all the time. My aunt lives in Pensacola, Florida, and they go to Biloxi a lot.
When it's bright outside, I walk out my front door and I'm like, what the fuck?
I've never been to Vegas.
You never been to Vegas?
I've never been to Vegas.
No, me either.
It's fun. It's fun. I mean, you have to be smart about it. Like, you can spend a lot of money, too much money, but you can also do it on a budget too. You just have to limit yourself and discipline. But a lot of the hotels, the food's included, and they give you drinks in a lot of them because they want you to have more money to spend on gambling and getting ripped off.
Right.
I would also consider Colorado.
Oh yeah. Let's go skiing. I'd go to, I'm down.
But I
could attempt skiing. Yeah.
I have to go to the dispensaries. So
the dispensary.
Oh, that would be fun.
So wait, so is everybody in agreement to liking Colorado?
I would go to Colorado for sure.
I would love to go to Colorado. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I've never been there. I love mountains. I'm down.
Oh my gosh.
Something. What did she say?
Look, hold on, Mountain Girl. The other day, I was flipping through my news cards and I thought that there was a news article about you. I'm not kidding. I clicked on it and everything.
Mountain Girl, you need to tell your story about your neighbor after this.
So the news article said that a woman fell down the side of a mountain and she was bragging about her leggings because they didn't rip. And I was like, hold the hell up. Is this like an inside joke that made it to the news? And no, it wasn't you.
Oh my God. Penny. No. Okay. So listen, I was like a little freaked out because in our little gated section, everybody knows everybody. Like we keep an eye on shit. And I'm like sitting here like, okay, My neighbor has not like moved like at all in like a week and a half. So I'm legit getting worried. And I'm like, man, I don't even think her car's moved. And the same lights were on. And I'm like, man, something's not right. So I kept calling, no answer yesterday. And I was telling Libby that a lot of times when I do like crock pot meals, I'll like hand out extras to the neighbors because I've only got 4 neighbors. So I will take them food. So I go knock on the door yesterday, no answer. And I'm like, man, what the hell? I'm like, this is ish. Like something's not right. So I come home, I call like 5 times in a row, no response. And I've never done that before, ever. So then I'm like, okay, I'm really getting worried. So I'm like, well, I'm going to send her a text. So then I sent like 2 texts. And then the third one I said, and by the way, I said, I'm even more concerned because the same lights are on every night, which is out of character. About 5 minutes fucking later, I get a text that just basically had said, oh shit, I
Did
assure
it
you
say,
we're fine.
fuck off and get out of my business or something?
Pretty much. It was like, I assure you we're fine. Talk to you soon. No worries. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, do you know how batshit crazy worried I've been?
Oh my
So
God.
then listen, so it doesn't stop there. So well, you know, like when you're doing these cases and shit, you really start thinking outside the box. Well, I was like, you know what? I'm like, that does not sound like her. I'm like, I don't think it's her. So this morning I get up and I'm going to put chemicals in the freaking hot tub and I like look over and I'm like, man, something's not right. Something's not right. Well, no, actually, last night at like 2:40 in the morning, I woke up and I went out to just walk around to even see if any extra lights came on or off. So no word from her today, and shit still looked the same. So I'm at the fucking grocery store parking lot. What was this, Libby? Like 6, 7 hours ago?
Wait,
And all of a sudden,
I think you skipped a part. Did you talk about how you thought that maybe it wasn't even her that had texted you?
yes, yeah, I just said that. I said that I didn't think it was her. Like I was convinced that,
You're
you know, yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna finish. So I'm sitting in the grocery store parking lot and I see, I'm not gonna say what kind of car it is, but it's a really nice sports car and it's bright. And it comes whipping through and I'm like, oh hell no. So I hurried up and I called home and I'm like, hey, I'm like, did the neighbor just leave? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, ah, I was like, she's okay. He's like,
So
well,
you
obviously.
you're basically mad that she was okay.
No, damn it, Libby, don't be twisting this shit, damn it. Let's not get shit twisted. No, I wasn't mad. I was relieved, but I was just kind of like, you know, thinking I was very concerned and I thought I was doing the right thing, but I don't know. She just kind of gave me the cold shoulder, like, hey, investigating bitch, stay up in your own side. But I don't know. It was just really weird. And I've never done that before. I mean, we're very close to the few neighbors that we have, but it was just very out of character because this is a person who's always like on the go, like nonstop, like me. And so when I noticed that, you know, okay, there's no movement, the same lights are on, like, wouldn't you fucking be worried? Hello?
Yeah, but weren't you like looking at surveillance and stuff too?
Jesus,
I mean,
Libby, fuck. Yeah. Yes, I did. I went All right, Miss Thing, I'm gonna beat your ass. Okay, so I'm not telling you shit again, Libby.
Oh, you have to
So
tell us.
yeah, so okay, damn it. So she had company over a week ago, and the gentlemen, they were from out of the state, and I couldn't remember where exactly. So last night, thanks, Libby. I was sitting there and I'm like in my office and my gears are going. I'm like, okay, something is not right over there. Like, is she dead or did she get kidnapped? Like, what the fuck? So yes, I pulled out, I got out the computer, got out my phone. I'm looking up all of our surveillance footage because we have cameras like all over. And I was trying to zoom in to where that particular car was parked, to kind of zoom into the license plate and to basically start like figuring out who the fuck he was.
There you go.
So thanks
I'd
for
want you
sharing
as my
that with
neighbor.
me, Libby. Well, no, like, I mean, it's like a very tight knit, community and everybody, watches shit and stuff. And it was just very, I don't know, just totally out of the freaking norm. And when I got that text, that was really out of the norm because she's usually very social. Um, we have like, get-togethers and stuff like that. So that's why I was just like, who the fuck is this texting? Like, this is the person that like kidnapped her.
I would think that too, honestly.
No, I'm serious. And so now it's like a big joke in the house. They're like, "Oh, you better go there." I'm like, "Man, shut the hell up." If I now went and something was wrong, then people would be bitching at me and be like, "Well, you're the investigator. Like, why didn't you go over there and check on her?" And then
Right.
So yeah.
And like I said I said this to her on the phone. Now think if somebody would have been nosy. I muted you because I'm getting feedback. If somebody had been nosy in that Houston case with those kids, where the one had been deceased for a year, okay? Let's say that somebody would have been nosy like Mountain Girl and done their due diligence to check on these kids. Maybe they wouldn't be in the situation.
Oh, I would have
That's true.
checked on these kids. I would have been like, "Honey, why are you here every day getting bread or need a charger? Why are you skinny?" I mean, I would be all over that shit. And I'm telling you, I cannot even fathom what in the hell those people were thinking to not be concerned, like whatsoever. And if they didn't have electric and water, like, then you know that they were not able to get clean. Like, I strongly feel that community there failed that family tremendously.
No doubt. They definitely were failed by multiple entities and agencies and school districts.
I love all of you a lot, but I just realized it's 12:30 and I have a cycling class at 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, I've had enough. She always, every time she has to come on here and talk about working out, being on the treadmill,
Nobody cares.
exercising Barbie and shit.
Please. Aren't you so productive? I wish somebody would try to wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
I feel better though when I get up early because if I don't and if I sleep in, I am the most medieval, craziest bitch that ever walked the planet. Like, I need coffee like the minute I wake up. And if I sleep past 7, it's just not good. Like, I like being up and productive, like insane, crazy.
Well, when we go to Colorado, make sure you're the one that gets up and goes to collect the brochures and brings the continental breakfast back to the room and all that stuff. And don't wake me up before 10.
Breakfast, honey, are you out of your fucking mind? Girl, no. We will be having a cabin and I will be waking up and making everybody breakfast.
Oh, there you go.
I have a Doberman that wakes me up in the morning at 6 o'clock on the nose, whether I like it or not.
Yeah, my dogs have become really super needy lately, and
Mine too.
I'm like, oh, okay, you know what? I like literally when I get up, I have to pee, right? And I don't even do it before I take my damn dogs out.
Same.
They own me.
Same. My Doberman she comes in every morning. It's like she knows exactly what time it is. Mama got to go. And then you have to feed me immediately.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Did she just say she has a Doberman?
Yes. Her name is Pet.
Oh my gosh. All right. I'm going to post a picture of 2 of my mutts. They're not mutts. But we'll see. All right, girls. I love you guys and I love you, chat. And I'm sorry that I don't keep up with the chat, but everybody who says hi, I say hi back. But I love all of you ladies and I hope you guys have a good night. But I got to go get rest because I will be falling off the cycle at the gym tomorrow. I'm looking at it.
We love you too, Mountain Girl.
Love you.
All right, good night.
Do you know that I legit did that one time? Fell off the yeah, that's not gonna happen. But all right, girls, have a good night.
You too. We'll chat soon.
I just muted because my dogs are gonna bark like assholes now because my husband is getting home.
I just want to say that I love Natasha M. We are going to be friends for life because she thinks that I look 35. And I love her.
Oh, you are. You do look super young.
That is so sweet. I wish. I'm close to 50, y'all.
What?
Same. I just turned 49.
Yes, 48.
Girl.
Well, I've been doxxed, so I'm sure everybody knows my name, my age, my address.
Oh, I didn't even look at any of that. So now your enemies know it, but your friends don't.
Funny.
I guess I'll have to go watch the video.
No, I wasn't doxxed in that video. It was just a conversation about the who done it. And I don't know. I don't know who done it.
Mm. Alrighty. What is someone's talking about? Ew, where are the roaches? What?
Oh.
What? Was that
We
about
have
the
palmetto
Houston?
bugs. If y'all know what that is, y'all know what palmetto bugs are? I know Libby does.
Like water bugs?
Yeah, well, we call them palmetto bugs, but they're like super cockroaches. Oh my gosh.
They're really big and they look like a damn cockroach. I mean, I guess they
They
are.
really do.
No, but like,
because I live near the water and we have palm trees and they are all in the palm trees. Thus, I guess the name palmetto bugs, and they creep me out. Oh, I can't stand them.
Nope.
They creep me out.
yeah,
don't like
they're
critters.
different. They're different than the little cockroaches. The little
Yes.
cockroaches, those, those are. Bleh.
But these
I thought they were called tree roaches, like those ginormous ones, like the prank ones.
Yes, that's what they are. Here,
Yeah,
they're
I thought they
palmetto
were
bugs.
tree roaches.
Yeah, they're huge. I mean,
That's disgusting. I think you should stop now.
they're giant.
But they're not the kind, like, they really don't want to be in your house. They want to be on the palmetto trees.
Yes, but they like to be all over our porch, and they come out at night.
Yes.
When I take the dogs out at night. Oh.
Okay, we'll stop. All right. Well, we've been on here for 4 hours, so that's a little crazy, but it's been
I really enjoyed this, ladies.
Super fun.
It was a good conversation. I really enjoyed it too.
I'm proud of us.
Yes. Penny, it was nice to talk to you. Thanks. Thank you for having me on here, Libby.
Of course. It's been my pleasure.
Are we going to do a craft thing again on Saturday?
Yes, I'm going to have a craft thing. I haven't decided if I'll have it on this channel again or if I might do it on my second channel. So,
okay.
You have a second channel?
I do.
Huh.
It's really my first. It was my first channel. I always had it, but I just stopped putting things on it. And then I started thinking I might put stuff on it again.
Everybody has backup channels. What the hell?
but not really. That's not my, no. I had a channel before this one and I did totally different things. It was shopping hauls and crafting and stuff. And then, and I did okay, but then this one I was more interested in this one. So I just stopped doing that one. And my dogs are crazy again. And then I show my face on there. So I privated all of my videos over there because, you know, we have psychopaths who watch us on these type of channels and then want to do crazy things to us. So anyway,
My
Saturday
other channel is my fluid art channel. So I think LC Justice dropped my YouTube link in the chat. So you guys can feel free to come over and visit my YouTube channel where I show my process of how I do fluid art. So
Yay!
You guys want to check it out. I think she dropped the chat, my YouTube link in there, so you can feel free. Art by Kurskin. So I guess I'm doxing myself, but that's the name of my channel. That's my real name. So
Glitterazzi! I love Glitterazzi.
So
there she is.
Yeah, I will check you out over there because I would love to see that process.
Yeah, on Saturday I plan on doing another painting, so that's why I wanted to know if you were going to go live, because then I could, if you wanted me to, I could come on panel and I could show you guys what I'm working on. So.
Yes,
That's
I do.
cool. Yes.
I do. I'm going to make some cheesy Christmas decor for outside.
I'm not making anything, but I'll watch you.
Yes, that would be awesome.
I like to watch it, like Steffi calligraphy. Like whenever I like to watch her too. Like it's just so relaxing.
I love the diamond art and stuff that you guys did last Saturday. That was so cool.
Yeah, Diane, my girl Diane. She was in here for a while, but then I don't know. Are you still here, Diane? She likes to play the field, so she might not be right now.
Yeah, that was really cool. I love that. I love that diamond art. That is really neat. I'd love to try that sometime.
Were you watching when we realized that we're neighbors, or that we were neighbors? Me and Diane?
No.
I think I was watching.
Just really quick, we've known each other, not known each other, but we've been YouTubies together all these months. And we just realized on Saturday that we grew up about 2 blocks from each other.
What?
Yeah. Like I remember her. When I close my eyes, I can see her.
Wow.
As a 10, 11-year-old.
That's really cool.
We weren't good friends, but we knew each other from the neighborhood and had mutual friends. So it was
cool.
Crazy, crazy, crazy.
That's neat. Small world.
Do you still live close now?
No. So this was in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
And I'm in South Carolina now, as you know.
Yeah, I started to say because.
And she's in Wisconsin.
Because we're kind of close.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So just totally bananas.
Very cool. It's a small world.
Yep. But all right, I'm going to say good night now. Tomorrow's Friday. Today, whatever it is. I'm so happy.
Yes, me too. Happy Friday to everybody in the chat. Thanks so much for you guys coming on here and spending some time with Libby and us. This has been a really good.
Sweet. You're so sweet.
Yes. Oh. All right. Good night, Sandra. I'm going to go through and say good night to everyone in the chat.
All right, let me see. I'll help you.
Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm going way back. Okay. Who knows who's still here? But good night, Elsie. Thank you for your work as a moderator tonight.
And she's been working her butt off.
Yes, she has.
She has.
Good night, Kate. Good night, Lisa. Good night, Patty. Good night, Smoky Blue Days. Good night, Sandra. Francis, my darling. Stella, good night. Natasha, good night. Dusty Blue, Francis Dean, Randy W.
Glitterazzi says, I want an extra special good night.
T. Riley, Randy, good night. I'm scrolling.
That means you gotta sing it. You gotta sing good night. You have to sing good night to Glitterazzi.
Oh, she gonna get some special. Watch. Good night, Sinful Butterfly. Good night, Lisa.
Good night,
My
everybody.
husband's making coffee. What a weirdo.
My husband's not
Oh,
home
it's
yet.
Coco? Okay. Oh, thank you, Sinful Butterfly. Aren't you, darling? Good night, Helen. Jolene. Good night, Jolene. Betty Joe. Badass Betty Joe. I love me some Betty Joe. Okay. Good night, Glitterazzi. You know I had to do it. Good night, Lisa.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Penny.
Good night.
Good night,
See y'all
Carolina.
later.
Love
Good
you
night,
all.
Ruby. Good night, Penny.
See you later.